You see the PowerSchool logo. You might see a custom logo, but there is a logo up in this left-hand side. That is, no matter where you are in this teacher portal and you want to get back to this page, you can click on that logo to get back. This is also the same over on the left menu. You see Start Page. This is your Start Page. So in PowerSchool, there's more than one way to get someplace, as you'll find out. It just depends, how do you like to get places? And use the logo or the Start Page link. And then we're going to go over here on the left and start looking at these little icons. I may have more icons than you, and I'll tell you why when we get there. The first one is notifications. If there was a notification, I don't have any, but if there was a notification from admin, you would see it here. The next one is your security, your password security, or your system alerts. So if I would have fat fingered my my username and password and it tells me I couldn't get in, and then I tried it again, I would see that I had an unsuccessful or failed attempt to get in. If somebody else signed in with a different username and password, which they have to have your password to get in here. Nobody can get in here without your password. But if, say I had your username and password and I signed in, I would see my last sign in was on this date at this time. If that wasn't you, you would notify your administrator, hey, I didn't sign in, but somebody signed in with my username and password. But that's all it's telling me. It's when I signed in and what time. The next one is a piece of paper with a pen. You may not have that if you haven't created any reports. Once you create a report, this will show up and it is your report queue. It is where you can go to see a completed report to run that report. But again, it will only show up if you've created a report to run. My next icon is the printer. If I click here on the printer, it gives me a print page, basically. It will print what the page I am on. If this was a 2-page something, I would see both. But it's really just think of it as your print screen. The printer icon does lots of different things in different places, but on your navigation bar here, it's just giving me a print screen. The question mark is very important for you here and in the grade book. This is where you can find answers to questions about something that you're doing. You can find all of the documentation that we've written that has anything to do with PowerTeacher and PowerTeacher portal, and also a link to our YouTube channel. So once we put this up on YouTube, you could go to YouTube and search for it, but you could also just click on this link, which will take you to the YouTube channel. System help is PowerSchool's help. You're saying you want to be what's new in the latest version. And then you want to know maybe about seating charts, or maybe you want to know about looking at alerts, or so they try to put information here, hot topics, things that, like, think of it as frequently asked questions. How do I see more information about it? So if I just click on it, it will take me to that information where I can, I don't remember how to do it. How do I do it? This will walk you through step by step. Remember, this is PowerSchool's. It opened it up in a new tab. so I can flip back and forth between, because sometimes they give you all this stuff and there's not a good way to print this. I have to do a Control P. There's no print button, but that way I can flip back and forth and say, okay, it said to do this, did I do that? Back and forth. And then when you're done, you can just close it. And then again, our meta documentation, that's where you can see your PowerTeacher stuff. And then our YouTube, again, it opened it in a new tab. This is the old PowerTeacher Pro training. We'll be taking that down and putting up the new one. But you can see there's also a lot of other videos here on our YouTube channel. And then the last one, if you click on your initials, this is your user information. Go to Manage My Profile. This is where you see your username, your employee ID that, from the admin side, shows your email address. If your administration has downloaded teacher photos, you'd see that here. Default log type. When you click in here, you may see something other than discipline. You might see counselor no, you might see parent contact. You may only see discipline. It doesn't mean that when you create a log, you can't change it to something else. It just means it will come up and populate that. What kind of blog is this? You also, this is where you change your password, username and password. What initial student screen do you want to see? So when I am looking at an individual student and I click on that student, what's the first screen I see? I'm not even sure what the default one is anymore because I've changed mine so many times. I put mine on quick lookup because that gives me a lot of information that I want right away, but you can make it any one of these screens. And all that means is the first time I come in and look at that, that's the screen I see. Doesn't mean that every time I look at a screen, well, it kind of does. Every time I look at a screen, if I look at a student's last name, it's going to show me that same quick lookup screen. Receive automatic emails for pending notifications is if they have a notification, do I get an email? Again, that's kind of set up on the admin side. Display section number on the PowerTeacher homepage. That's one of those customizations I was telling you about. The customization is there. If actually this is the PowerSchool one, sorry. So when you look at your class and course number, do you also want to see the section number? Yes or no? Notice here, section number setting will be effective the next time you sign into PowerTeacher. There are some things that don't happen automatically. You may have to sign out, sign back in to see it take effect. And then custom class name preferences. When we get into the gradebook, Linda will show you how to create a custom name for your class. So maybe you've got 5 speech classes and or you're an art teacher and it says art 22 times. You want to kind of make that easier for you to see. So you could give it a custom name like Art-Smith, Art-Jones, or Art first, whatever, second, third. So whatever your custom name is, but you will not see it here in the teacher portal unless you say yes here on custom class name preferences. And then you just submit it after you've made those choices. You can hit your back button, or you could go back to your logo or your start page. This is brand new, this My Task. I haven't even done anything with this. I haven't set it up, but you can create a task for yourself. So we'll just make a new one, and it's make sure settings are up to date. Do this by next week. Due date is August 9th. And have I started this task? Well, I'm kind of doing it today, so I'm going to say in progress. So now I have a task. I've successfully created a task for myself. So, okay, what do I want to do with this task? I want to edit it. I can change. I said next week, but by next Thursday. I also don't know how to delete that. So we will, I'll investigate that one a little bit. I can do a
Sarah,
little.
that could also be if they are assigned a task by an
True.
administrator.
Okay.
You would see your notifications there as well. So maybe, I don't know, they're asking your principal or your department chair is asking you to follow up on something or pay attention to something, or you've got kid issues or whatever. So it's not, the nice thing is you can create your own reminder tasks, but you may see some in there as well. Are you going to see this right away this year? Maybe not, because this is a really new feature that PowerSchool just came out with. And so most of the districts are really probably not even using that yet. But just be aware that you could eventually see something there.
Oh, it truly is brand new. I mean, I haven't even looked at this before. So, but Linda's right. The administration has the ability to assign tasks to people, and it would show up in your list. I just was surprised I didn't see it delete. I guess I need to just mark it completed. So if I go to my progress and say completed, what happens? It just says completed, but I don't seem to be able to delete it. So again, brand new feature from PowerSchool. Okay. You know what? Sally, did you start the recording? Because I did not.
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. All righty. So that's your navigation bar. And then next we have, this is your message area. This is done by the admins. Somebody on the administrative side has put in this message. And for us, this is a training base using scrambled data. This is not actual real student teacher data. Well, it is real, but it's also scrambled. So we always want to say that. But if there's a notification from your admin, this is where it would show up in this top bar. Okay, so let's talk about right under your navigation bar, school and term. If you are a teacher who is at multiple schools, you would see those multiple schools listed here. If you're a teacher who's only at one school, that's it. That's all you'll see is your school. We suggest if you are at multiple schools, when you come into this screen, choose the correct school. So you know you're working on the right school. When you go to the gradebook, everything's good. But that's what you would see here. Term is a little trickier. This is also set by your administration, and you cannot change it. We don't know why PowerSchool has not given teachers the ability to change what they want to see. So for instance, if you have semester classes and year-long classes and quarter classes, you're going to see all of those classes depending on what your administrators chose here. No matter what they choose, somebody's going to be unhappy. Most choose full year because you want to be able to see all your stuff. But some people put a half. They want to see a half a year. So you would see all your semester 1 classes. But you can't see your semester 2 classes here because it's limited you to semester 1. And maybe you want to look at your semester 2 classes the week before semester 2 starts. You can't do that because your administrator said you're looking at semester 1 until that first day of semester 2, and it changes and you see semester 2. But then you don't see your semester 1s here. You can still see those classes through the grade book, but on this screen, it depends on what you want to see. So we came up with a customization that allows you, because PowerSchool does not allow you to change what you see with your classes. It's by period. There's a setting that, how do you want to see these? You want to see them by period day? How do you want to see them by custom class name? But I can't say I want all my speech together, for instance. So there's a gear that this is your teacher class sort customization. It puts these little arrows beside your class. So I want all my speech classes together. So this last speech, and I really wish this was drag and drop, but it's not. It's use the arrow to move it up and down. Once you're done, you close that. And then that allows you to put maybe all your semester 1s together, all your semester 2s together, your full year, to put them in that list of the way you want to see them. So use the gear. If you don't like the way things look here, if you are not seeing full year and you're only seeing quarter or semester, ask your administrator why that is. Why did they choose that? It's great for those teachers, again, my art teacher who's got 22 classes, to only see her 11 semester 1s. But if you are a full year teacher and you want to see both, this truly limits what you see. And again, we wish PowerSchool had made something to allow you to do it, but they have not. So that's what the gear is. So over on your left, you have a left menu. And the very first one you see is PowerTeacher Pro. And I just want you to click on that. That is what's going to take you to the gradebook. And I want you to go down to apps at the bottom. And there it says PowerTeacher Portal, and there's a little square with an arrow. I want you to click on that. What that does for you, now I have a tab that is my PowerTeacher Portal. And I also have another tab that's my gradebook. And I can flip back and forth between those two. So I want to take attendance, I can take my attendance. And then I want to flip back over to my gradebook. I don't have to launch it every time. I can just use that tab to click back and forth. So under apps, PowerTeacher Portal, but you have to use that little box with the arrow. Okay. Under that is start page. We've already said this is your start page. Daily bulletin. If your district sets up daily bulletin, that's where you can see what is the daily bulletin. There could be district messages here, and there can be school messages here. This one, welcome to teacher training. We're happy to have you here. The recording can be accessed on YouTube. Was a message I created at the school. The scrambled data is a message that was created at the district, and it's like every day that somebody comes in here, they would see that. So what if you say, I know that there was something like last week that was in the bulletin and I didn't write it down. I don't remember what it was. You can use this little calendar and you can go back. We're going to look at last Friday. Oh yeah, that's what it was. Yay, July 26th was the last Friday in July. So you can go back and forth and look at previous daily bulletins. Again, that's set up on the admin side. They can decide who sees a daily bulletin. It can be just admins only. It could be teachers and admins. It could be teachers, parents, and admins. So daily bulletin. The next one is schedule. This is your schedule, your teacher schedule. Now, some of you may not even, as you're in your grade book, may not see all your classes because your administrators may not be done with scheduling. You may not see all your students because they're still working on your schedules. So don't panic if you don't see anything or you don't see a full Jamie, yours is student account and access summary. When you click where, Jamie?
Sorry, that was in response to your earlier question when you were into the settings, your profile settings about
Okay.
what screen pops up when you
Okay.
click
Yeah.
into your settings. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just want to make sure that we don't miss anything.
No, thank you.
Okay, so schedule. This is your schedule. You can filter it to show sections that have co-teachers or hide them. And display only your current sections, yes or no. So I only want to see my current sections that I am scheduled to be in. Staff directory. Again, this pulls from your admin. Name, room, email, phone number, school number, only if that is set up. Notice that some of these teachers don't have an email. That's because on the admin side in their staff record, nobody put an email there. So this is nice in that it allows you to, say you want to send a message to some of your coworkers, like maybe your department chair, and you want to send an email to everybody in your department. What this allows you to do is to copy this email, paste it down here and into this little box down here. And then you copy this and paste it into your email. It doesn't create the email for you. All it does is allow you to put all those email addresses together so that you can copy them and put them in. So it's your staff directory. Student directory. This is a customization that your district may or may not have turned on. And this, they have two options when they turn this on. They can show you every kid in the school, which this is every kid in the school, or they can choose to show you only your own students. Where it says my student, yes or no. I can filter this so I only see my students. I don't care about everybody else. But what if what if I want to look for Cody Anderson's brother or sister, or like here's Corley Earl, and Corley is really bad about sending home messages. I could find that sibling and see where they're at, look at their year schedule, their week schedule, find me where they're supposed to be right now, and give that kid the note and say, I know Corley won't take this home. Would you take it home? Just a way of managing this. But what you see is demographics. So here's like a little mini student card picture, the name information, student email, the home information, and then their contacts.
There, we have a question about the student directory. If a teacher is logged into their own environment and they do not see the student directory link, is that because they do not have access to that?
It's because your district did not turn that on.
Yep. Okay.
So if you really want that, you can say, hey, how come you guys didn't turn that on? They may have a reason, or maybe they just don't know that they can turn that on for you. We have about 150 customizations of our own, plus the ones we get from PowerSchool Exchange. And sometimes your administrators don't have time to go through and look at all of them, see what they are. So that's why we'd like to show you what we think are good available customizations. So here's the year schedule, the week schedule, looks a little bit different, little grid view, and then find me. Where right now is the student supposed to be? And again, you can filter that. You could look for, I want to look for the Earl kids. I can, but notice it's going to bring up everybody unless I say, I want the last name to be Earl. Take the last name to be Earl, apply that. So there's some filter capabilities here. You can look for a certain student number. I can look for all of the boys, the girls, a certain homeroom, or is this my student? I'm gonna get rid of that one. Is this my student? And I only see my students in this list now. So again, customization. I can also click on some of these headers to do ascending, descending sorts. Meals, we don't use it. I don't know if in your school they track teacher meals. I don't know if we had any schools that have used that. Reports. Now, notice this says report for all students. It's over on the left-hand side. It's looking for all students in all of your classes. So this reports, if I choose a report here, is going to run that report for every kid in my class if I use it from the left menu. The reports that you see here are dictated by your district. What reports do they want you to see? So yours probably look different than what I have here. If you want to do a test print and just print the first 2 pages, let's do that. Let's do this one, but I only want the first 2 pages just to see what it looked like. I can put a watermark on it. I can make that an overlay or a watermark. I can print it right away. I can also say print it on a specific date and time. Most people, when they're printing a report, they want to print it right away. And when I submit that, here's my print queue. It took me to my print queue and it says it's running. If it's a really short report, it'll pop up right away and say view. But sometimes if it's a longer one, I can click on refresh to say, okay, show me that it's done. A lot of times it's done. It just doesn't pop up to tell you it's done right away. I can click on view. And remember, I said I only want to see 2 pages. And it will show me what those 2 pages look like. I can then print that. It opens it up as a PDF. Okay. And if I go back to my print queue, I can always see what's in my list and print it again if I wanted to. I could also get rid of it. It's going to go away after 90 days. Yeah, after 90 days, it's going to disappear from this list. Otherwise, it'll stay there. But if you like your list cleaned up, you don't want to see a bunch of stuff, or maybe you ran it 5 times and you don't want to see those old ones, you can just click on the trash can to get rid of it. And it'll go away from your view. Recommendations. You can create recommendations. These are some recommendations I created. I can do it here, or I can do it on an individual student. You may never be asked to create a recommendation, but this is where you can do it. And you can create a recommendation by clicking on it. And you're going to select the kids from, I want the kids in this class. And I want that student. I'm going to click on next. And what courses do I want to recommend? I think this kid would do really well in English survey. And I can put a comment here. And then I can submit it. And I've created that recommendation. I can edit that recommendation. I don't know, there's a way on the admin side that they say, if I have a teacher recommendation, show it here. Part of scheduling. Don't know how that all works, but if they tell you to make a recommendation, this is where you do it and how you do it. Attendance today, you'll see there's nothing there for today. We'll come back and look at this again. Attendance report. This is where I can filter a day. And again, this is our scrambled database, so I have to go way back here. And it will show me from February 15th to February 29th. Who are my kids that were absent? I can then also click in one of these little boxes and I can say, I just want to look at this kid. I just want to look at Joaquin for my daily attendance. There are other things I can filter on any one of these boxes you see. I can put in information and look at that. Same thing, daily attendance, meeting attendance. So does his daily attendance and his meeting attendance match up? This kid does, maybe it doesn't for somebody else. I can then export this to a CSV or a TSV. These will allow you to dump them and open them in Excel. I could just print this report as it is. Let's go back to put Chavez here. Maybe a parent needs a report, or an administrator, or you just want to print this out and use it at a parent conference. I can print it. I can also create a PDF of it that I could put it in a file and save it someplace. So that's your attendance report. Any questions about this navigation menu? Anything that we've seen here? Everybody good? Okay. And then we're going to move on to the meat of the screen, the details, what you're seeing here, your current classes. This is showing me current classes. And remember, what you see is based on this term, which is set by your admin. So that's what you see. The first thing you see is the expression. And your expression means what period and day. So you've got, maybe you're all A days. That means you meet every day of the week. Maybe you're an A and a B day. This class meets on one day, and in this class meets on another day. So expression is your period and day. Next, you have the course name and a link to PowerTeacher Pro. We already know we can go here to PowerTeacher Pro, but if you haven't already opened it in a new tab, say I just want to go to this speech class. I don't want to go to whatever's my first class. I want to go to a specific class. That's the link I use to go to my gradebook. Notice we're seeing the course here in the section. That's something you said you wanted to see. We did our manage profile, course and section, course number and section. This section number is a customization. Nope, I take that back. This is from your manage profile. So if I go up here to my manage profile and I say, I don't want to see this section number, I'm going to change that to no, so we can see what that looks like. Oh, I have to sign out, sign back in, but then I would no longer see that. But that's where you control if you want to see that section number or not. So let me change that back to yes. You know, they give you that little note that says you're probably not going to see it till you sign out and sign back in. Okay, next is term. And that term is also from a customization. So you may or may not see that, but I think it's really helpful to see that these are full year classes, 23-24. This is a semester 1 class. This is a semester 2 class. And then also enrollment, it's part of that same customization. It will tell me how many kids I have in each of those classes. So I think that customization is a pretty good one for your admin to turn on. You may or may not be seeing it. Next, we have attendance status. The main thing you do in your portal is take attendance. And this little attendance status right now is all blank because I haven't taken any attendance. My next icons, we're going to talk about the next 4 icons. Take attendance. Notice this says a little guy here, but everything else is grayed out. It's because this is not an in-session day. You can only take attendance on an in-session day. So if it's blanked out, it's not going to let you take attendance. I'm going to click on take attendance because I can see this little guy here. And it's going to open up a screen that actually has some tabs on it that match those other icons on your previous screen. So this is I am in meeting attendance because that's how I've been set up. And I see all of my students. I see if they have some alerts. I can click on the alert and read what that alert is. These are fake alerts, so yours might look different. Today is Judy's birthday, or her birthday's this month. The system looks at it, and with a certain amount of days, it will make that alert pop up. A discipline alert, a parent alert. So you can hover over it and see that it's a parent alert, but you can click into it to read it. So you have your student name, your alerts, and then attendance. Up here at the top, every kid in PowerSchool is assumed present unless you mark them absent. So everybody's present. So if all of my kids were here today, and I'm going to go back and go to this other class just so I can show you this. So let's say all of my kids in this speech class are here. Nobody's absent, nobody's tardy. I still have to come down here and submit this so that it marks this as I have taken attendance. And on the admin side, they can see that you've taken attendance. There's a little report they can run to see who's taken attendance and who hasn't. So even if they're all present, you still want to mark them. But in my class here, I've got kids who are absent. So I'm going to say, first I want to mark my absences. So now I'm going to say Brandon is absent, and I'm just going to click in the boxes where kids are absent. And then I want to mark some tardy. So I'm going to change this to tardy. And this kid is tardy, and this kid is tardy. Now, I could also notice when I have marked it, this little box, this little gray dialog box pops up. I can click on that and say, I knew she or he was going to be up today. Any kind of comment. Kid is absent again, or this kid is absent every Friday, any kind of comment. And the dialog box turns blue. That means I have comments. There's another way I can do it. If I don't want to, I can leave that on present. I can come in and click here, and then I can drop this down. You can see this kid is tardy, this kid is absent, but it's faster, I think, to just mark it and then just click in. Once I'm done marking these kids, I'm going to say this kid also is. I can submit that, and I've taken my attendance. Once this has been looked at on the admin side, so say, let's go back here. I put that little note on Brandon saying, I knew he was going to be out. If the office comes in and changes this to say parent excused, I will not be able to edit it. It will be all grayed out. It will say parent excused. So whatever the office sets takes precedence over what you do. There's also, when I'm looking at this date, your administrators can say how far back you can take attendance. Maybe you forgot to do it yesterday. So I can come back and click on yesterday and take attendance, unless my administrator said, I'm giving you have today only. Or maybe you want to go back, I forgot to do it a week ago, and they said you can only go back 2 days, whatever. So if you're trying to go back and it doesn't let you, it's because your administration has restricted that, again, you can talk to them and say, you know, why is this our policy? But they control that. This classes show multiple sections is not really what you think. What I thought this would do for me when I first started looking at this was, I have 5 speech classes. Yeah, show me my multiple sections. I want to see all my speech classes and all of my kids. But it doesn't really do that. What that it's doing is, if I have to take, I have contiguous classes. Maybe this is a double period, and I have kids, 3rd period and 4th period, but it's all the same class. But they want me to take attendance in both of those classes. That allows me to do that. That's all that does. Group by track. If you put your kids in tracks, and I don't know that we have any, no, we don't. So say I had these 5 kids in track A and these 5 kids in track B, it would show me all my track A kids together and all of my track B kids together. And even though I have no track assigned, notice I get this fill code. So say I wanted to mark everybody tardy excused, and I do the fill code. It marked, did it mark anybody? It did. What I was expecting it to do, and I guess it won't do it because no track is assigned here. And Brandon already had a mark here. It wouldn't fill it. So if you have tracks assigned, it will show you the track. It will put each kid in the track, and then you could use this fill code. But it obviously did not work on my other ones, which I really thought it would, but it did not. Okay, so I could go back once I've taken attendance. I can go back. And notice I didn't save that. So if you've done something and you're like, ooh, don't want to do that, just don't save it and go back. You'll be okay. It did mark it. Notice I also have a multi-day attendance and I have seating chart. But as I said, if I go here and take attendance, I have those same tabs, just a different way of getting someplace. Multi-day, I know that my kid Brandon here is going to be out multiple days. Or here's my date range from 7/15 to 8/2. I know that Ashley Everett is going to be out on this date. I can mark it. I can mark this one and I can mark this one. So you could mark a student absent for multiple days if you know that they're going to be out. I can also edit this date range. So say I want, I can't go forward. Our database ends today. These kids' schedules end today. So I have to kind of work backwards here. So say I want to do this July 1st to July 9th. So I can set what I want to see, my length of time I want to see. And then I can come in here and I can mark these kids absent or tardy, or I know that every day for the next 4 days here, this kid's going to be absent. That's what multiple day will do for you. Then the office can go in and change it or do whatever they want to do with it. I also, when I am on multi-day, I can display my comments. So here's a comment. I can click in it, and if it would had something there, I could see it. Here's a comment, a blue one. I knew he was going to be out today. So that's how you can see it. But this is, you only see the show comments on the multi-day. I can hide my comments. I don't really want to see those. So questions about single day or multi-day attendance. I thought I heard somebody was going to ask a question. Okay. So let's talk about seating chart. You can take attendance with a seating chart. And the first time you come into seating chart, it's going to say your default layout is blank. Do you want to pre-populate the layout? If you say okay, it's going to move all your kids over in a big row. There they are, all big row. And I can come here. Notice that Jessica, I had marked her absent on a previous screen. And I marked Brendan on a previous screen. And here's his comment. But I can also take attendance this way. I can just click in there and say, this kid is absent. I can also change my attendance code. Say I want to mark school excused. I know that these kids are going on a field trip. When I click into it, it just marks them with that S because I chose it here. Again, my date, can I go back and do yesterday? Can I go back and do last week? Depends on how you're set up, how your administrators set you up. I also have a random student selector. So what this is good for, say you're doing a quiz, you know, a pop quiz, and you're just randomly calling on students. Instead of you going, I want this kid and then that kid, I can say select. I want Emily. And so she's the first kid I call on. And then I just keep clicking select, then I get Brock, and then I get Colton, and then I get Brittany. That's what your random student selector does. What if I wanted my seating chart to look more like my classroom? I don't want it to look like just a big long list of kids. I can do that too. I can go to seating chart design. I can save that or not save it. I'm not going to save it. If I click on, oops, if I want to do a new seating chart. And this is very confusing. PowerSchool made this super confusing because here's new layout. That's what they called this one. But if I want to make a new layout, I have to choose new layout in the brackets. So I'm going to say new layout, and I'm going to call this one speech class. Right. I can call it whatever I want, lab or Monday, Tuesday, or Monday, Friday, or whatever I want to call it. And then I can say, this is a performance class. And then do I want to create a new layout from scratch, or do I want to start from a pre-existing layout? We're going to do this first one from scratch. So I'm going to say finish. My kids are over here on the left. Now I can say, how do I want to set this up? I can put in a desk, and I can move it around. I can put in a whiteboard, move that around. Maybe my door is over here. I want some text. I have a printer, and there's no icon for that, but my printer sits right here by my desk. What I can't do, which I think is a failing of PowerSchool, I can't click on this desk and rotate it to face my class, which I know it's a minor thing, but I wish I could do that. And then how do I want to set this up? I can do rows, I can do chairs, or I can do tables. So let's put these kids at a table. And I want 5 tables, and I want them 3 across. And I want 6 kids at a table, 8 kids at a table. Let's just leave it at 8. Do I want them horizontal or vertical? Let's change that to vertical, see what we get. There we go. And total of chairs, new chairs 40. I didn't check to see how many kids I had, so we'll see what happens here. Here are my chairs. Notice it's all in orange, it's all still lit up. I can move these all together. Once I click off of it, I have to move stuff. When it's no longer orange, I have to, if it's no longer orange, I have to move them individually. So we're going to say, okay, that looks pretty good. Now I want to put some kids in those chairs. So if I click on populate, how do I want to do it? Alphabetically, boy, girl, or randomly? I'm just going to say random. But if I said alphabetically, I could say, do I want A to Z, Z to A? Do I want to do it by their first name or by their last name? And do I want to start in the top left, the top right, bottom left, bottom right? I'll leave that top left. And we will just add those in. It moves my kids over. So here are all my kids. Maybe then I want to move this down, put my desk here. Maybe I like to have a chair for that one kid. So I can add a chair. Here's an individual chair. And I like to have it by my desk. I don't have anybody in it right now, but say Brandon, we got to move him over here. Now, when I save this, because I moved Brandon over that chair, Brandon might look grayed out because this is already a seat, a chair. So I can move this blank one here and this one here. So if you ever on your seating chart have somebody that looks like it's all grayed out and you can't take attendance, come to your seating chart design and make sure there's nothing over it. There's no chair over that kid. As soon as you move it off, you'll be able to take attendance on him. And then I can save it. So what if I wanted another seating chart, say for Monday, Tuesday? I can come up here and I can go to new layout. Remember the one in the, we're going to do Monday, Friday. It's a free performance day. Only this time, I don't want to create one from scratch. I want to start from a pre-existing layout. So I say next, and I know that this is a class I want to create this for. And this is my school year. I can go back and pull seating charts from last year. The year before, I can choose if there are other years available here, other semesters, whatever. I can use those to copy. And then what's my layout? This is the one I want to copy it from. I want this one that says lab days. So I want the same layout, and then I say finish it. I could have viewed it as well. And so that has a different layout than my other one. Now I can populate it. Maybe these ones I do want to do alphabetically. And I do want to do them by first name. And I want to start this one at the bottom right. And then I save it. So now I have different seating charts in the same class, or I can copy it to other classes. I can copy it to multiple classes. So seating chart design is a fun way to, if you'd like to take your attendance that way. It's also good for a sub. A sub can see your attendance and let your sub take attendance with a seating chart. Questions on any kind of attendance, any kind of seating chart? If not, this might be a good place maybe for a 10-minute break. And so we'll come back, say at 10:22. So quick break, and so we've talked about your navigation bar, what you see at the top of your screen, your left navigation, and we're now still working on current classes. We talked about how to take attendance, multi-day attendance, and seating chart. Notice I also have this class attendance. This is another customization. And what this one will do for you, if I now click on this little chair icon here, it's a class attendance summary. And it's all of their attendance. So let's look at, I only want to look at the 9th graders. Use those little boxes as filters. Let's look at the 12th graders. I can also look at a certain student. I could look at, show me everybody who's got maybe more than 8. Well, it shows me exactly 8. I can do the different codes, daily meeting. These headers also are sort buttons, ascending, descending. I can also copy this. So copy means it's going to copy all of this, and then I can paste it into something, a Word document. Maybe I've got some already, an Excel spreadsheet that I want to start pasting stuff in. Copy will let me do that. CSV and TSV will let me save them so I can open them as an Excel file, its own Excel file. I can just print this if I want. Again, I'm looking at, let's just look at Brandon again. I just want to pull this up and talk to a parent during a parent conference. I can print this. I can also save this as a PDF. Why would I want to do that? Point in time. Here's what it was at the end of this week or the end of this month. Here's another PDF the end of the next month, and I can compare those two. So class attendance summary tells me how many records I've got. I've got 37 kids in my class, and it's just their attendance information. So it's a nice customization. Submit lunch counts. You may or may not even use these. It allows you to, if you are submitting lunch counts, to say how many breakfast, lunches, whatever, if your district does that kind of thing. The meat of this is your student information. So I think I want to talk about these last 2 icons here. Then we'll go back and really go through the student information. Email list is another customization. It allows me to see student name, student email, the parent portal email address, student contact. There's also in the grade book, there's an email. I don't know if one's better than the other one. I could, again, just click here. I have this little box at the bottom. Notice as I click, it's adding them to this box. I then highlight that, paste it into an email. The suggestion here is do a blind carbon copy of BCC so that not everybody can read everybody else's email addresses. But that's what this one does. Again, customization. And then the last one, print class reports. We've seen the screen already, but we saw it over here on the left where we were printing it for all kids in all classes. This one is printing it just for the kids in this class. Again, you choose what you want, which report you want, and then you can do that same preview. The settings are exactly the same. If you submit it, it will go to your report queue, and then you have run that report for all of the kids in your class. So let's talk about the student information card. If you have been using PowerSchool for a while, you'll know that this used to be called the backpack. The the backpack has now been changed to a different icon, and it's called student information, but it's the same. It just has a new name, student information. This shows me, this is where I see my kids' information. The first thing I see at the top, again, customizations, class information. I see email addresses. That's that same list we just saw on the main screen. Birthday list. So birthday list gives you a list of all the kids, their grade levels and their birthdays and how old they are today. So this kid was born in July. Here's an August birthday, August 6th. So on August the 7th, this number should change to 18. How old is this kid today? It's just a list of birthdays. Report cards. This is the Meta Mass Print report cards. Your district can choose to allow you to do this, or they can choose to not even show you this link. Some districts like to have their teachers print the report cards. They don't want to do it in the office. They want teachers to mass print them. Other districts are like, no, we'll take care of report cards. We don't want you to mass print. So you can sort them by, for you, I would do it by student name because I guess they could be in different homerooms. It's totally how you want to sort these report cards. No duplex printing means it's a one-page report card. That's all you have to do. You click and you run that for your 37 students. But maybe you have a one-page front to back, or maybe you use a lot of standards and you want to do 2 pages front and back. You can do it portrait and landscape. Lots and lots of report cards are printed landscape. Margin debug is only for us. It's just for us to do troubleshooting. You would not be touching this at all. And then when you click to run this, it will run, let's see how long this takes. It will start looking for all of this data. If you have a really big bunch of kids, it's going to take longer than if you have a smaller class. But it checks for all of that data. It's building the report card, and it will come back with a preview. And on your preview, you can scroll through and look at the report card. So even if you're not actually printing them, it's pretty good to have the preview. So here's my preview. I'm just going to scroll down. Here's this kid. Here's this kid. Yeah, those look good. Those grades look right. And then if you actually wanted to print them, you could click on the printer and you can save it as a PDF, or you could print them, and you can print them however you want to print them. We're not going to actually print them right now, but that is report cards, mass print report cards. The next thing you see over here is your class. So this was the class I was on. I was on Speech 1A when I clicked on student information. I can come down here and I can change my classes. Say I want to do a different class. I want to look at that information. I can see that too. This depends on your calendar dates and what terms the administrators are allowing you to see. They don't allow you to see semester 2 yet. You're not going to be able to go to semester 2 here. So what I see, I'm going to go back to this class. What I see is a list of all of my kids. I can click on the kid. I've selected Quick Lookup as my screen my initial student screen. Remember when we did that on Manage Profile? We selected which screen we want to come up first. So here's Brandon's Quick Lookup. Here's Bryce's Quick Lookup. I'm just clicking down through this list to see Quick Lookup. So what is Quick Lookup? Quick Lookup is also what the parent sees and what the student sees, and what you can see on the admin side. On the parent side, if any of you are parents, it's called Grades and Attendance, but it's really this screen. It shows, depending on what preferences the admin have set up for you, it might show you your last week's attendance. That's a setting. They don't have to show you that. But here's your expression. Remember, period and day. Here's your class, shows the teacher. So I can look at, let's go back to Brandon here. I can look at all of Brandon's classes. I can see how he's doing in all of those classes. And so can the parent. Again, what the parent sees. Here are his grades. Here are his absences for this term, absences and tardies. And then I can click into any grade here. Again, what the parent sees. Any grade, and I can see my course name, teacher, what term, what the final grade is, what the percent is. If there were any comments, I would see those comments here. If there was a class description, when we get into the gradebook, Linda's going to show you how to set up your class descriptions and why you might want to do that. Those would show up here. And then your assignments. This is the assignment. This is the assignment name. This assignment has standards. I can click on that little down arrow and I can see all the standards and if they've been graded. I can see the score for this. Notice the first one shows me I have 22.5 out of 35, but this one just says 90. So this one probably hasn't been graded yet, but you can also choose to not show, when you create an assignment, not show the score, and you would get that blank line out of 90. So these are all of your assignments you created. It tells you the last time that you did something in your grade book with grades. You updated a grade. Doesn't say what you did. Doesn't say, it gives you no information other than you were in your grade book and you changed something and the last time you did it was on this date. There's a legend here at the bottom, shows you that this means it's a standards icon. This one is an information. If I click on that, it just means that I've set that as a description. I can click on view over here and I can read the description. If there's a comment, there will be a little dialog box. Right here is a little dialog box. There's a comment. Is this a weighted assignment? Is this collected only? Collected only is I can just mark it that I collected it. I'm not really grading it. I'm just collecting it. These are my flags. Was this assignment late? Is this assignment missing? Was the student absent? Is he exempt? Or did we exclude this one from final grade? So a lot of information you get from the quick lookup. And again, that's what the parent sees. If I go back, let's go back. There's also a tab that says standards grades if I'm a teacher that is using standards. If I click on standards screen, again, this is a screen a parent can see. Here's my class. I'm just going to drop that down. Here are my standards. Here are the grades for my standards. You can say show all standards, not just the ones that have grades. I can see in other teachers' classes, how is the student doing? So quick look up. Now over here on the right, I have select screens. I can look at a lot more than just whatever that initial student screen is. I can click on contacts. I can see the student's contacts. And along with the flags, do they have custody? Does he live with them? Can they be picked up at school? Is this an emergency contact? Receives mail. Is this a person that maybe dad doesn't live with mom, but he still wants a copy of the report card he receives mail? Cumulative grade information. Your district can choose to show you this or not. For an elementary, you don't care. But for a high school, if they've got it set up, this is good information. Shows you their GPAs. The grade count is a nice one. Daily attendance info. This one shows you, here's my records, here's my dates. This is for this student. These are the dates he was absent. Here's some additional information. Here's his HB 410. It's just a summary of this kid's information that you could print. Remember, I can go to my printer and get that printout. Demographics is that. It shows you student demographics, where he lives. Maybe if it's a high school kid, does he drive? Ethnicity information. So just basic demographic information. Grad plan progress is another one you may or may not see. Especially at the elementary, it's going to be nothing. But this is his grad plan progress if something has been set up for him. And historic grad plan progress, there was the old grad plan progress, and then now there's the newer grad plan progress. You can look at both. The old one is called historic. Log entries, I can see. Does this kid have any log entries? Log entries is how you do discipline. PowerSchool discipline is using log entries right now because those are the fields that the state wants us to use. So log entries is what we do. So I can see that Brandon here has 2 log entries. He had a dress code violation and a language violation. I can also make a new one here. I'm not going to do it here because there's another place to do it, but I could make a new one right here if I wanted to. This one is just kind of his summary screen. Meeting attendance. This is his meeting attendance. I can look at, here are my dates across the top. I can see he was absent this Monday and this Wednesday. In this class, he was absent Tuesday and Thursday. So, what's going on? He could be skipping some classes. It's just how you can use that for analysis. Missing assignments. Did he have any missing assignments? And with missing assignments, you actually have to click on a term to see it. I wish it would just show up all of them and then you had a filter, but it doesn't work that way. I can see that for quarter 3, he had 2 missing assignments, none of them in my classes, but in 2 other classes, he missed assignments. Y1, he has 1. Q2, he had no missing assignments. So just those 2. So that's the missing assignments screen. Print a report. So I showed you that over on the left-hand side, you can print a report for everybody, all your students at once. On the current classes grid at the far right, you can print for an entire class. This is where you print this report for this one student. And again, it works exactly the same way. You choose it, you make your settings, you say submit, it puts it up to the report queue. Quick look up, we've already looked at. Recommendations. Did I make a recommendation for him? If I didn't, no records found. I already did it. I can click on create a new one and create that. And what course number, what comment. So remember, you can do it for a bunch of kids, which seemed easier to me, or you can do it on this screen. And maybe you don't ever have to do it. Report card. This is the meta report card. So all of our districts no longer use object reports, those old ones that you would see maybe if you went to print a report. That's where the old ones used to live. This is the actual report card is set up by your school. This one hasn't been set up. I mean, it's a generic setup, so not specifically for a school. Yours will look different. So what you see when you look at a student's report card, I'm still seeing his student line up here. And student line is created by your district. Excuse me. You could put any fields, any information in student line. You would see any icons up here. This one, the little people one's really nice. It's contacts at a glance. So I can quickly click on that and see the contacts. And then I see the report card, and you will see tabs across the top. So say this year, maybe he was in he's in the high school and he has a traditional report card. This is a traditional report card, or actually this is a hybrid, but maybe 3 years ago, he had a standards only report card. You will see the report card as it was when he was in that grade. This is just your traditional report card. All of these settings on the report card are controlled by your district. So you might see more stuff here, excuse me, on mine than you see on yours. This one is, as I said, a hybrid. It shows me traditional, it shows me standards. But that is, you can do one report card for one kid, and you can also print that one report card. Schedule matrix. This is the student schedule. Before, on that left-hand menu where we saw schedule was your schedule. This is the students. Schedule. It's just a different view of the schedule. It's a list view of the schedule. Student account and access summary. This one shows you the parent access and the student access. When did a student log in? I am so sorry. When did a parent log in? How long were they on there? Last time, and from where? Reason you can see this. So you have a parent and you're doing a conference. And you say to the parent, I see you've never logged in. And she said, no, I'm logged in all the time. Excuse me. And you come here and you see, you don't see that she logged in. She may be telling you the truth. Because if she logs in to the mobile app from her phone, it does not show on the screen. Same thing with the student. You say the kid, I see you haven't logged in, and he says, I log in all the time. If he's logging in from the mobile app, you won't see it. This shows you when they signed in to their parent portal from their computer. Student photo is just a bigger picture. Incident, we don't really use incidents, we use log entries. So what you would want to submit a log entry, this is where you can create a new one. Because on my managed profile, I said I want my log type to be discipline, it populated that for me. You may have other choices there. I did not. It puts in today's date, but if it's a different date, you can click on the calendar and set that date and time. You have a list of things to choose from, his dress code. Again, he has an offensive shirt. Told him to quit wearing this shirt. He said, no. So when I submit that, the way this is set up on the admin side, they set it up that it would send an email to a principal, assistant principal, somebody would get that. So you have put your information in here. Now here's your summary. And then you hope somebody does something about that. Teacher comments. If you put comments in your grade book, they would show up here. And these are different terms. So if I want to see, did I make comments for quarter 3? Evidently, Brandon here has no comments. But if you had comments, and you would see all of his teachers, all of his classes, you would see those comments. Teacher dashboard. This is something your district has to set up. I set mine up to show, if I go to teacher dashboard, I see the quick lookup, I see the QM info, I see the current schedule, I see historical grades, I see term grades, net access, which is that student information, student parent summary, and then all enrollments, which is his enrollment history, all in one screen. But again, your district gets to decide if you get to see teacher dashboard and what's on it. I wish they would let teachers decide on their own, but that's what that is, teacher dashboard. Term grades. This is, if I look back through my quarter one, quarter two, S1, I see for each of his classes, I see what the grades and the percentage is. Citizenship is, we have like one district that uses citizenship grades. And if there were any comments, you could see them all on this term grades screen. Test score display. Nothing has been set up on the student side here, but you'll see I've got something else. I will show you when we get down here at the very bottom. There's test scores. These are my ACT, SATs. Emergency. This is his emergency contact or emergency medical screen. So I can see contacts. I can do a couple things with this. I can, maybe I don't care about the contacts. I can collapse those. I can expand those. I can see what has been set up for him on the admin side. If he had EpiPen allergy, this would say yes. He would also have an alert. If he had food allergies, you would see that. If he had consent of treatment set to no, you would also see what you're supposed to do. So emergency medical set up on the admin side, but you can see what's on it here. And each of these sections collapse too. So maybe you had to do a screenshot. So I've collapsed. I'm going to even get rid of that. So I want to see the medical information. Does he have a medical alert? And then I just want to see his doctor. I don't want anybody else to see any of this other stuff. Now when I do print, it will only print those sections that are not collapsed. Transportation. If transportation has been set up on the admin side, you would see that information here. And then I don't believe we've set up any transportation on the admin side for our kids here, but then you would see that information here. Grad pathways, again, for my high school people. This is the grad pathway screen that you can see how he's done in his on his test, state test, his end course test, his industry credentials, and I can look at the legacy, the current or the permanent requirements. If you are somebody who works with grad pathways and your high school students, you'll know what all of those mean. View submitted logs. It is the it differs a little bit in the summary because the other one you can see all the stuff that's been submitted, but it's just another view of that. And then again, test scores where I can see my ACT and SATs. So notice I'm on test scores. So I'm looking at Brandon's test scores, and now I want to go down and look at Parker's test scores. If I click on Parker's name, I'm back to quick lookup, and I have to go back here. Well, that's a pain. You don't have to do that as long as you click on their first name. The first name will keep you on the screen you're on. Yes, I'm just looking at everybody's test scores here. But as soon as I click on their last name, it takes me back to my default screen. So questions about anything on this screen, anything you see under the select screens, anything about the kids, the change classes, any screens we looked at, any kind of questions at all? Okay.
There was a question in the chat about class attendance, but I answered that one, so I don't see any others in the chat. Any questions right now?
Okay. All righty. So let's go back to here. And that is your teacher portal. Again, what you'll do, you come into that, it's your landing page. You use it to take attendance, and then you use it to go to your grade book. Is how you're going to use this 95% of the time. The other 5%, maybe you're going to go here and look at a kid's individual screen. Some of those screens, like quick lookup, some of those other ones you can see from the grade book, so you don't have to come back here. So teacher portal documentation, it's in the meta documentation, and it says portal documentation, teacher portal. There are a couple different documents in there. One of them has like sections with orange bars. Some of that is a little bit older, and I will tell you the difference you're going to see. The main difference, excuse me, is over on the left, there used to be something called personalize. You don't see personalize anymore. That is moved up here to manage profile. So other than that, the documentation should be good. None of the documentation has the my tasks part, because as Linda said, that is brand new and we haven't even really looked at it yet. Your district leaders will get more information about tasks and notifications at the district leader meeting in September. And then to sign out, you just sign out, and then you can sign back in whenever. We do want to caution you, if you have, especially when you're in the grade book, you don't want to walk away and just leave all of this open, because we have had incidents where kids have gone in and done some stuff. So just, I know you all know that. So that is the teacher portal. And if you don't have any questions, I am going to turn this over to Linda, who's going to talk about the grade book. Now remember, I can go to the grade book by clicking on a specific class, or I can go to my PowerTeacher Pro link and take me there. And Linda, I'm going to sign out so you can sign in.
Okay, that's fine. I guess my question would be, do we want to take our break now before we talk about the grade book, or do we want to hop in there and work a little bit, 30 minutes, 40 minutes? Again, I'll throw that out to everybody, because this is a good breaking in between.
Yeah, I can do either, whatever everybody wants to do. If they think it's early, we can, whatever you want, Linda. Okay, Scott.
All right. Well, let's talk and see if we come up to another good breaking point. So,
okay.
Okay.
And I did stop. No, I did stop sharing, and I did log out, so you can log in.
Okay.
And did you see the question about the blank roster for each?
Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get into the grade book. That is a function of the grade book or PowerTeacher Pro, and not really a function of the teacher portal.
Okay. Are you seeing my screen, the login screen?
Yes.
Okay. It's weird. It's not highlighted. That's why I wanted to check. Okay. The other thing I wanted to say about signing in here, not all of you will necessarily see this type of sign-in screen. In order to have better security and different security, some people are using direct sign-ons under like Google or Microsoft, and your sign-in screen may look a little bit different. We are using PowerSchool's method here, and that's why I got what I did. So if you say, "Ooh, that doesn't look like what I have," that's why. So as Sarah said, regardless whether I just want to go into the grade book or take attendance, I'm going to come here to start. She also said you can click on this link, which opens it up, or if I want to go to a specific class and open it. I am going to start here. And what I really want to do, definitely as part of when we're done, is you guys are ready, especially all you brand new teachers, that you've got your grade book set up and ready to go. And if you don't see your classes and students yet, not a problem. But at least you've got your setup ready to go. If you do, then, start making assignments, do whatever you want to do. So you're going to look a little bit different when you guys sign on. You are going to start and probably see a screen like this, especially if you're a brand new teacher. You're going to get a little pop-up. It's going to tell you what's new. So when major releases come out, you can see the last time anything came out here was in 24/3. And what that means is it's in the year 2024 and the third month. So March 24 is the last big update that they've had here. But they'll usually put a little video out here. It will show you how things work. And you can kind of go back in here and review it. So you will see that, every time a major release comes out, which is usually twice a year, you'll see anything that's new. You can watch it, you can close it, you can view more. If I view more, I'm going to see all of the other releases. So depending on how far you want to go back, you do have that ability. The other thing that you may see is this screen. Okay, and this is just their big overlay that's giving you a real brief rundown on how the gradebook works. All right. Honestly, when PowerSchool changed this about 5 or 6 years ago, it really, in my opinion, became much more intuitive. Things are just a little bit more logical. For example, if I come over here to this little grading icon, it's all about my classes and where I'm going to enter grades. If I come and look at my students, I'm looking at information about a student by student basis, not a class. All right, this is my class selector. This is where I'm going to pick what I want to work on. Okay. My plus is create. Now they say create assignments. This is a much older template, but I can create things here and we'll talk through all of those. My help, help, exactly just like what Sarah showed you in the portal. If I click on help, I'm going to be taken to PowerSchool's help. That's also where I could go back and get those videos or what's new. And my notifications. Again, this is a nice little introductory video. I'm sure it's kind of a little bit older. I don't know how well they keep this up to date, but after you get done today and you say, I can't quite remember everything, in addition to our video out there, you do have this as well. So you can close that. If you forget about it, you can always come back up here and turn it on, and it would be the getting started. Okay. Now, much like the portal, you've got a navigation bar across the top, which is going to do some things. You have menu selections down the left. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at your name initials, sign in. Just like the portal, this is where I can sign out, but this is also where I can control my view. And let me show you what that does. So if I go to a score sheet, right now, my view is on medium, and you can see I have 14 kids being displayed. If I change it to large, I'm only seeing 7, but I am going to get nicer pictures. Or if I'm working on an iPad and I want bigger squares that I can touch into, a large is nice. Most teachers that I see, they prefer small, and that gives me everybody. I still have the same information. I'm just seeing fewer or more students out there on the screen. Okay, I lost my pictures. some of my icons now become colors. So I have this orange as opposed to seeing it looks like a little exclamation point. But as you become more familiar with it, that might not be a big deal for you. For my purposes, I'm going to use it on meeting. That kind of is a good in between. Again, we talked about the help, notifications. This, you know, why they didn't use the same symbol as they did on the portal, but this is where you're going to look at your report queue. So if you run reports, this is where I could come and print them. I could see them again. Kind of like what Sarah said, they're kept, I believe, for 90 days before they're automatically deleted. But this is where I would go. The little 2 is telling me that I have 2 reports out there. All right. I'm going to hop around. I'm not going to take this necessarily in a straight line. But the class selector is my next important thing here. All right. If you click on it, again, hopefully you're seeing some that you have schedules out there and you have kiddos. I have 2 tabs. All right. My first one is classes. And that is letting me know as the teacher here, I have 4 speech classes and 1 family consumer science. This is my period 3, 4, 5. Again, this name we're going to be able to set however we want, but this is where I can see my classes. I'm not seeing any semester 1 classes because I'm set to semester 2. So now I'm only seeing full year and semester 2. If I would come up here and I wanted to see everything, now I can see semester 1, 2, and full year. So you do have a little bit of a filter up here to decide what you want to look at. And I'm going to change it back to semester 2. All right. Over here, I've got some additional icons. If I wanted to start with this class and look at my spreadsheet or my score sheet for them, I can come right over here and directly click on that. And now I'm in my speech 4 class and I see my spreadsheet or score sheet. Okay. The other one that I have is a direct link to my standards and my progress screen. So now for my speech class, I can see my traditional grades progress. All right. I also can do that from here. Again, you will find in the grade book and the portal, as we said, a lot of different ways to do the same thing. We'll talk about this in a little bit more, but that's what those icons are doing. All right. The other option I have, so I am the only art teacher, a phys ed teacher. I really do have 4 classes of speech. They're all on this same plan. They're all being taught the same curriculum. Groups is a very nice thing to use as well. All right. PowerSchool's doing this grouping for you automatically. So it said you have a total of 5 classes. I could work with it that way. You know, maybe there is something that is common that I'm given to all 5 classes. And maybe I've made it an assignment, but it's really, I'm just checking for field trip permissions. I can do it that way and do all my 5 classes at once. Or maybe I really want to work in that group of 4 classes. I apologize, I forgot to turn that off before I started. I will get it at lunch. Maybe I want to look at my 4 speech classes. Okay, notice now what's nice on this progress. Now I'm looking at my grades for all 4 classes, not just the class at a time. And again, I've got some good information here as well that's telling me how my kids are doing that are doing okay, and maybe some more of my at-risk kids. Again, we'll look at that a little bit further. For me right now, I'm going to work with my specific 1 class, but I'm going to come in here and depending on what I'm working on, this is going to be important because this is my class selector. Okay. Any questions? When I'm on these groups, I can view them, together. So if I would go back to my assignment list, I can see here's all my assignments, and this guy is assigned to these 4 classes. I can view information, I can email, I can report. So again, that group feature does become handy to have sometimes. Okay. That pretty much takes care of your description about your navigation bar. What we're going to do, again, we're going to talk about all of these options over here and how this assignment lists work. But what we're really going to do is start now with the setup of your grade book. And we're going to start with creating categories, or we're going to talk about this create. All right. Under create, I can do 4 things. Hopefully you guys are seeing 5 things. And one of those things that you should be seeing is a group. All right. I don't see the group. PowerSchool introduced this last year, and the information they keep about the group is in the cloud. Because they're keeping that in the cloud through a training database, we don't have access to it. This would be one where it would be good to go and look at help. It's probably going to be very similar to some of the other create things that we're going to do. But I can't show you that. I can't demo that. You're just going to have to look at that independently and kind of play around with it. I do wish they had a way for us to show you that, but it is a nice feature. A lot of people like to have those groups, but
Linda,
yeah.
if they go back to the videos, so if you pull the videos up, I think it's if you go to what's new and show more, view more.
Yep.
I think it's 2211 or 2111.
2225 maybe.
It's
or
one of those
2111.
two. It's one of those two where
so
there's a entire video on the groups and how
Here
to
you
use
go.
them. It's
So
it's a really good video that will walk you through exactly what it does and how to use it.
Okay, so it's 22.5.
Okay.
So unfortunately, I can't tell you and demo that, but you can go back. Again, the groups are nice because now I can do assignments by groups. I can look at analysis by groups. So that is a nice feature. Again, I can create assignments. We're going to talk about that. I can create categories. I can talk about that. Email, that you may or may not be seeing that. Again, your administration needs to say that you can do email out of here. And then observations. This is where I would create them. All right. I will go through that process and create all of these, but I just wanted to touch on what was there now. All right, because we're still talking about the overall feel of the screen. All right. You will see a gear on a lot of screens. A gear is going to have different menu options depending on which screen you're on. On this particular one, which is the assignment list, I could hide the filter, and now it's gone. I can show it back up. This is one where I could copy assignments. Again, we'll do that a little bit later, but your gear, if you're looking for something on a screen, I've gone to a screen and I'm like, I thought there was a way I could do ABC. Check your gear because you may have some additional features there. And again, it's not going to be the same for every screen. My next option over here is my term selector. All right. This lets me see when grades are going to be due or reported, however you want to say it. I can see, again, because we're a training database, I have, if I gave a final grade, a final Y1 grade for a year-long class, that class started July 31st and ended July 31st. My quarter 1 grades are going to encompass the dates of July 31st to 10/29. So what helps is that I come in here and I select the term that I'm looking at. And it is going to make a difference on what you see. So if I would come over to something like here, where I would say all reporting terms, right now I'm seeing all of them, and quarter 4 is highlighted. If I said I wanted to look at Y1, now Y1 is highlighted. Again, if I wanted to look at category totals, all right, right now I'm looking them for all of Y1, but if I wanted to go to quarter 4, I've now limited to my quarter 4. So your term selector is real important. Again, if you make an assignment and you made it, say, you made it as of October 31st, but you were still in quarter 1, it doesn't matter. That October 31st date is automatically going to calculate those assignment scores as part of quarter 2. But it is handy to kind of see if I want to see my semester 1 grades only or how things are going. But usually you're going to want to change to the quarter. Now, if you are not seeing this in your grade book, that means your building has not set up your terms yet. That's something you would need to reach out. That's usually a call we'll get a lot at this time of year, because that is an extra step that your district leaders need to go through and define those terms. And we'll get a lot of tickets that say, my teacher's not seeing anything in their grade book, they're not seeing terms. Again, hopefully all of you are, but if you're not, that's why. And you'll need to reach out to your district leader. Okay. Sometimes you may see a big flag up here at the top of your screen that says you can enter grades until the end of the day on such and such a date. That is if your school decides to lock your reporting terms and lock your grade book. And what does that mean? That means, in my example here, we'll use quarter 4 or quarter 3. 4/28 is the last day of the grading period. Most places are going to say you've got 2 or 3 days after the end of the term that you can enter your grades. And after that point in time, we're going to lock your grade book. Okay. The reason they want to do that is they have to go through a process, which is going to take the grades in your grade book and apply them to the historical grades for a student. Typically, that's where your report cards come from, your transcript grades come from. And what they want to do is keep the grades that they stored in sync with what you entered. So if that is locked like that, and you get 2 weeks into the next term, so you had somebody maybe with an incomplete grade, and they've turned in the homework, they had been out sick, they've turned in all their missing assignments, and now that incomplete needs to be a C. What you will have to do is ask someone, I'm assuming principal, you guys will know who that is in your building, will you please unlock this section so I can update that grade? They can unlock it, you can make the adjustments, record that new grade, but that now keeps them in the loop so that they also can update that grade and make sure everything looks correct on the kiddo's report card. It also means that, like I said, quarter 1 is locked and you're down into December. You can always see that information. You just cannot go back in and change it. Again, I can't tell you. I would say it's maybe within our districts 50-50 on who locks the grade books and who doesn't. So it may be a note you will never ever see, but I just want to mention that in case you would. Okay. Any questions about the overall setup of your navigation bar? Whoops, went to the wrong place. And the icons up here at the top. Okay. All right, I jumped the gun when I said we're going to create categories. We're actually going to do that now. There is a document in our folder out there that talks about a checklist on how to set this up. So if you don't do this now and you want to do it later, or if you've got another new teacher that comes along, you may want to share that with them. There is a checklist out there. Now, one of the things I want to ask, who is doing standards in my group today? Do we want to talk about standards, or are we all traditional grade people? is if we don't want to talk about standards, that makes a little bit faster. Or do you know? That would be the other question. I see traditional. We have one with standards. Okay, Scott, you're going to go over that. Okay, I'll mention standards. It looks like we're getting enough people that does it. So not a problem. There is 2 checklists out there then, one for standards, grades, teachers, and one for traditional grades teachers. So again, we're going to walk through everything here today, but again, it's a nice reference. And if you want to share that with somebody, down the road or refer back to it. All right. So the first thing we're going to talk about are categories. All right. Categories are kind of in an odd spot. Most of your settings we're going to look at through settings. The categories, they stuck here under the grading icon. So if you click on that grading icon and you can go to categories, you will see what's out there. Again, these have been predefined for you. I can't tell you to use them or not use them. I know some people can ignore them, but somebody has decided these are the categories. You may see things as traditional as homework, classwork, projects, quizzes. You may see things like summative, formative. Again, somebody in your district has made these decisions. If the district has set things up for you, you know that because you'll see this little schoolhouse. That means when I'm looking at my categories, classwork, project, quiz, were built by somebody, right? The other ones, homework, train the trainer, special project, I built, okay? So you may have a combination, right? I can see information about which of my classes are using these categories. Maybe I have a special category for one section that I grade very different than everything else. I can make categories be unique to a class. They do not have to go to all classes. I can see whether these are active or not. Right now they all are, but if I said show inactive and I had any, they would show up here as well. I can order them by clicking on these cute little buttons over here. I do them one at a time. Now, Sarah showed you, and there are a lot of screens out here where when you see a header bar like this, you can click on it and it is sortable. For some reason, this one is not. All right. If I want to edit a category, we're going to take this special project and we're going to edit it. All right. The first thing I can do in going through this is pick my classes. All right. This is going to be just for my speech classes. For some reason, I don't want to include it in my period 5. If I want it in all my classes, I can click it that way. So a lot of different options here. We'll make these just for the family consumer science classes. All right. What do I want to call this category? I'm editing it now. What color do I want to give it? All right, because this is a category I created, I can pick my color. I want it to be tan. If it was one of these categories where the district had done it, I cannot change the color. So if I would come here, notice I can't edit that. I can change my classes. I can't change the name. I can't change the color. So editing a category that I created versus the district created is going to give me different options, right? If I decided I don't want to use this anymore, I could make it inactive. It now takes it off that list. And now if I said show inactive, it would bring it back. Okay. I have a big description area, whatever kind of note I want to myself. And then on a lot of the screens in PowerTeacher Pro, you're going to get this little pop-up box and you're going to see tabs across the top. So This is all the information about my category. Here are my defaults. Okay. Am I going to publish this assignment? Assignments within this category. Now, I may say never. Yeah, maybe this is just an assignment I'm tracking for myself and I don't want to share out to my parents and students. I can say I want to do it immediately. That is going to show up on that quick lookup screen immediately. And once I start getting assignments and scores in that category, it will show up. I can say publish it X amount of days before the due date or on a due date. All right. That's publishing the assignment. Do I want to publish the scores? Yes or no? And then how am I going to grade assignments in this category? All right. Keep in mind, this is my big folder, and I'm going to say typically anything that is part of this category, a special project, it's going to be a points-based assignment. My default's going to be 100. That doesn't mean when you create another assignment and you want it in this category that you cannot modify that. You know, maybe you're going to want something that's not points or not 100 points. You're going to want it to be 10. Again, this is really just setting up your defaults for an assignment that goes into that category. All right. I'm saying it's usually a 100-point assignment, and yes, absolutely, this will be included in the traditional final grade. All right. My view all is just kind of another way of looking at this screen here. I'm not really quite sure why it's there, but that's what it does. Okay. Again, question mark is taking me back into help. So multiple ways, as we keep saying, I could get it from here. I could get it from here. When I'm done, I save. Now, you noticed the delete button on that screen. We typically recommend do not necessarily delete. All right. If you're setting things up for this school year and you make a category and you realize I'm never going to use this, I've never had a single assignment attached to it, I fat fingered it, I changed my mind, okay, go ahead. But you want to be careful. You don't want to get rid of a category that you may have used. Therefore, if you don't want to use special project anymore, we really do recommend come in and say inactive. All right. So this is letting me modify these, letting me decide what I want to use this year. I want to modify it. You know, last year, group project, you know, I had it be total points, you know, and I published immediately. Maybe this year I'm never, ever going to do it. And I want to come in here and modify it. But if you want to make new categories, you're going to go to your plus sign. And I would say I want to make a new category. Now, again, where I talk about delete. So if you want to, you know, build a category here just to get comfortable with it. And then if it's a good category, keep it. If it's not, you know, this is a time that delete would certainly be advisable. Again, you're just picking the new classes, the classes that are going to fall into this category. What's the name of the category? Right now, I have said all my classes have the ability to use this. I want this one to be purple. And if I wanted to give myself a note, what are my defaults? Now, I've talked a lot about points. Okay, you have 4 different ways to record assignments that go into a category, or just assignments, quite honestly. All right. An assignment does have to be associated to a category. So, you know, whether you're doing total points for all your final grades, whether you're a category person where I want my 9 weeks grade to be 50% tests, 25% class participation, things like that. I still always have to have an assignment associated to a category. How I grade that is points, pretty straightforward. You know, what's my default entry points? I do have the ability to say I want extra points or I want to weight assignments in this category. So you can get very creative with your points if you choose to do that. For percent, That's kind of what it says. Percent is going to let me, when I score assignments with a type of percent, I'm entering percent values. If I say grade scale, I'm going to be entering my assignment scores as A to F or whatever your grade scale is. Again, that's all predetermined for you, but that means I'm going to basically be doing letter grades. And collected only, and Sarah mentioned that as well. It's really, and we'll show you some examples. It's a checkbox, okay? I'm not really grading homework. I just want to make sure they turned it in. We see this used a whole lot with standards. We see it used a whole lot at elementary schools. I'm not necessarily giving them 90 points, 50 points. I'm just checking that it was collected, okay? Those are my score types, and those are my default values. Are there any questions about categories? Everybody's comfortable building a category or editing a category? Again, build is on the plus, edit is over here. Okay, I'm taking silence as good. All right, the next thing in your setup is pretty much we're going to be in these settings icon over here. Again, I'm going to hop around a little bit, but we are going to touch on all of them. So the next thing I want to talk about is your class descriptions. All right. These, kind of like Sarah showed you, I can open or collapse these sections. I can expand all, or I can collapse all. All right. These are my classes, the same classes that I see in this list here. So if I'm going to talk about this, let's actually talk about my speech classes, because I have 4 of them, right? And if you're that art teacher that you're at the elementary school and you have every grade level and you have multiple sections at every grade level, it's probably a lot easier for you to say Mr. Brown's art and Mrs. Green's art and Mr. Blue's art, or period 1 art, whatever, or my 5th grade art, my 6th grade art. This is where I can make that custom name. So I can say speech. This is my Monday, or my blue group. Okay. When I look at the details about my classes, I can see the course name, the number, the section. Again, back to that period. I can see its full year, when it starts, when it ends, and I can see I am attached to the default grade scale. All right, we'll be able to see details of what that looks like a little further in, but I know that I'm attached to a default. At high school people, you may see things depending on the courses you're taking. You might see an AP scale or an honors scale, or a pass-fail scale for anybody. But this is the grade scale that, again, has been determined that is associated to your course. If you make a custom class description, you are the only one that sees it. Report cards are still going to print speech. Your student schedules are still going to print speech. But this helps you as you do your work. All right. Underneath your name, you've got a great big description of what your class is all about. This is your opportunity to say, my classroom rules are, this is what we're going to be covering. I use Khan Institute, or I use this homework helper. You can insert links in here. So if you've got something that you would want parents or students to go to for additional information about what we're going to be doing this year, click this link here. If you remember, Sarah showed you on that quick lookup where you saw the information about the course name and notes, descriptions. This is what they're going to see. So you can get real creative with this. You can, bold, italics. You basically have all your commands. This is going to be to insert your link, your homework hotline link, or whatever you want to put out here. Unfortunately, PowerSchool did not give you the ability to have a nice little button that says, oh, copies period 3 speech to 4, 5, and 6. You do have to set them up separately, but I will tell you that copy and paste works. So if I set up my period 3 speech and I have a nice description and I want to put that in these others, I can copy and paste and come down and insert that in all of the others. Okay. Again, your custom class name is nice. You know, this is my green group. This is my Mr. Smith speech class, whatever. When I'm done, save. If I don't save, then it will remind me if I would say, ooh, let me go update another setting. So now that I've got this, notice I'm seeing the blue group and the green group in my class list selector. Okay. Questions? This is set up. I want to make sure that nobody's got any questions as we go along. All right, let's talk about display settings, and then that's probably a good place for a break. The next thing we want to look at under settings is display settings. All right. This is controlling how you're going to see some of the information on your screens here. So I'm going to start with display and sorting. All right. How do I want to see my classes? Do I want to see it by period and day? Do I want to see it by section number or by course and custom name? I'm going to change it to period and day, and whatever works for you. Am I giving traditional grades? So for my standards people, if all you're doing are standards, you could uncheck this. If you are giving standards grades and traditional grades, you're going to want to leave that on. All right. Now, when I look at my traditional grade in my score sheet, what do I want to show? Typically, you would probably want grade, percent, and points. Okay, what does that mean? That means here I'm seeing my grade, my final grade, my calculated final grade, my percent, and my points. I had 1829.45 points out of a possible 2140. If you don't care about that, go ahead and turn that display setting off. All right. My standards people. You definitely want to have standards, pages, and links checked. You're probably going to want to show standards on assignments, okay? I say probably because there's a lot of different ways to grade standards here, okay? And how you do this may be a discussion you'll need to have with your principal or whoever sets the rules for this. But I can make an assignment. I can say it's, exploring numbers. And I can say that assignment is really going to include an assessment of these 3 standards. And therefore, when I grade that assignment, I want to be able to attach those standards to it and grade them both at the same time. And then at the end of the 9 weeks, I can have my grade book calculate a final standards grade for me. Okay. I don't have to associate them to assignments. And maybe at just the end of the 9 weeks, I'm going to go in and enter standards grades. That's perfectly legitimate too. Again, I would say we have a mixture of how people do that and what the philosophy is. We typically say, check this. I mean, even if you don't want to associate standards, it's a good idea to have it checked, but this is what that's going to allow it to do. All right. The next thing you want to have is new assignments start checked. Okay, I think your default is start unchecked. Highly recommend you want to change this to start checked. It will save you some grief down the road if you do decide to go this way. All right. This next little link here, navigation sort links, we always kind of hoped PowerSchool would expand this, but right now all it's doing is controlling the display that I see here and the display that I see up here. It's up to you. If you're all standards, go ahead and make it be standards first, but that's really all it does. It's a very inconsequential setting. All right. Standards people, again, definitely you want to show on grading and show on students. The professional judgment indicator is a pretty cool feature. It will let you take and identify kids that are just kind of out of bounds, out of norms, and let you review standards information on them. Again, I will show you examples of that later, but we would suggest if your standards that this is what your setup looks like. All right. My student names, as I see my kid's name in my grade book, how do I want them to appear? Last first with a middle initial, or first last? Again, your preference. Right now, last first is Smith John. Last first middle is Smith John Quincy. Okay. How do I want to sort them in there? Is either by last name, first name, or I could then do grade, last name, grade, first name. Okay, this is how their name appears. This is the order they appear. Right? Now, my newly enrolled kids, all right, you're working along and it's September 15th and you're getting a new kid. Do you want that student, you're getting the new kid, Bobby Smith. Do you want Bobby's name inserted around all the other S's and Smith? Or do you want Bobby to be added to the bottom of your list? And I know that kind of comes back from the old hand sheets where you just didn't have a way to insert him in there alphabetically. But I can put him at the bottom or insert. Checked it, we'll put him at the bottom. Now, the other thing, when you get Bobby coming in, it will give you a date so that you can see the as of date that he will be appearing, which kind of leads to the next checkbox, pre-registered kids. So you have the family that says we're moving here from Kentucky. We will be here on October 1st, but we're in town now and we want to get everything squared away today. So your principal makes a schedule for them. That student is now pre-registered. So the question is, do you want to hide him so that you will not see him until October 1st? Or do you want to see him and as of October 1st, there should be a new student appearing in your class? If I don't want to see them, I would hide it. If I do, I can leave it unchecked. All right. My last option is, what do I want my starting page to be? Okay, and you've got a pretty long list. When we first got this, there was assignment list, and that was your option. You can now, and you'll probably get a better feel for this as we go through this today, and you can kind of come back and make the decision, okay, what do I really want this to be? What this means is when I come here from PowerTeacher portal, what do I want my first screen to be? Do I like immediately going to my score sheet? Do I like immediately going to my traditional final grade screen? But I do have a big long list of options of what I want my landing page or my start page to be. I'm going to go ahead and leave it assignment list for now. I would guess most people probably change it to score sheet because that's, I think, where you guys do the real meatier work. But again, I can change it to any of these. Okay. When you're done, you're going to click Save. So hopefully all of you new teachers have got your updates made. You've thought about how you want to use your grade book. and you've got those settings done. Okay. Questions? All right. This is probably a good place to take a break. You're 10 till 12, maybe you can get out of there. We said we'd do an hour. How about if we're back at 12:45? If if somebody's back sooner, I know Scott, you guys were the ones that. Okay, well, we'll start recording then. Thank you, Sally or Sarah, whoever turned that on. And let's keep doing some setup then. And I will share my screen. Get this guy out of the way. All right. The next setting that we want to look at is a comment bank. Okay. Comment banks may have been created by your school. If not, you can certainly create your own. All right. So if you go to settings and comment bank, you're going to see your comments and you're going to see a tab for the district comments. All right. You also see the little gear we talked about earlier, and really all it's going to do on this page is hide the filter or not. If I would hide it, it just gives me a little bit more real estate, but it is nice to have if you have a long list of comments and you're looking for something specific, okay? We're going to look at the district comments first, all right? So you can see this may be no list, it may be a long list. I see it. I can come out here, your district can make categories and stick them into categories. The codes are just a number, the comment description. And then if there's something you use a lot, you can make it a favorite. So is working at or above potential. I want that to be a favorite now. Where this will come into play is when you're actually entering grades or entering comments, and you'll see those out there. I can't really edit these. I can't do anything with them because the district did create them and they're pretty much standard. Okay, but I can do my own. All right. Pretty much what I'm going to do is add a new comment. Right? I'm going to give it a code. Obviously, you can see my old comments were 1 and 2. I think I also saw some 1 and 2 on the district, but maybe I want to call it a P1 because it's a positive comment. I can associate it to a category if I want. Notice over here, again, this is whatever you want it to be. I had kindergarten comments, positive comments. All right. Is this going to be a favorite? I can default it to that favorite or not. And then I have the ability to use smart text. All right. You're going to see smart text out here in several places as an option. And what that's going to do, maybe my comment, I want it to say my kiddo's name. So I want, Linda is really making progress this quarter. And then I want to say she does something. So I would come down here and I can see he, she capitalized versus he, she lowercase. Same thing with his, her, him, her, and son or daughter. Okay, so I could say he, she is fun to have in class. All right, this is now my own comment. All right. When I apply this to a student, I'm going to get, in my case, I would get Linda is really making progress this quarter. She is fun to have in class. There is no limit on the amount of comments that you can make here. Again, it's whatever works for you. And you always, if you don't want to make your own, you do always have your district comment bank. That's really about all there is to do with comments. Any questions on that? It's pretty simple. Okay, moving on. Class grade scales. All right, PowerSchool does provide a district with the ability to let you make your own class grade scales. If they allow that, this is where you would do it. I will say from my experience and all of the districts and schools that we work with, I haven't seen anybody let that happen. But, if that's something that you really, really, really need, again, you would probably need to make a case or a plea with your principal. But this is the place where I would do it. In lieu of being able to make my own class grade scale, I can come out here and see this is the definition of the grade scale that are associated with my classes. Okay. This is one of the many places. But if I wanted to know, if you remember when we looked at the class description, it said this class is associated to the default grade scale. If I wanted to see what that is, now I can. Okay. I know that when it comes to calculating my final grade, if my percentage is a 96 or above, then that grade will be an A. If it's a 70 to a 73, that grade's going to be a C minus, right? These color levels, when we glanced at that progress screen a little bit earlier this morning, you notice we had green, yellow, orange, red, light green, dark green, so 5 of them. Again, typically my orange and my reds are my more at-risk kids, and these are usually assigned to Ds and Fs, which I can see here. My yellows are my Cs. My dark greens are usually my kids are doing good. Again, I know this is a district grade scale because I can see that little schoolhouse. And the only other option I have that I could do from this screen is to recalculate final grades. And that would really kind of only come into play if I were to make my own grade scale. Again, we'll talk about that as we get into the score sheet and recalculating. But that's what your class grade scale does. Again, not too much. If I would make one, then recalculate is going to pop up already, but I am going to guess that none of you on this call today will probably be making your own grade scales. Okay. So you have class grade scales, which when they assigned you this section of speech, it said it's a default. Now, maybe you've got 1 or 2 kids in there because it's an IEP, because they're a foreign exchange student. For whatever reason, they're going to be graded a little bit differently. I can associate kids to class grade scale or to student grade scales, I'm sorry. Typically, this is going to be something, again, that your administration is going to do. They're going to say, Linda is that one student, or in my case, Emily is in my blue speech group, but she's going to be graded on a pass-fail scale, right? Again, typically somebody's decided that. They don't usually open this up to you guys to let you do it. However, you could if that permission is given out there. So if I came out here and I wanted to edit this or change it, then I could do some things here. But this is a nice way, again, what I typically say is if you want to know who's being graded differently, and I'll show you another way to identify those kids later on, but this is a nice little summary screen. So I could expand all my classes just like I did on the descriptions. And I can see I only have 1 kid out of all my classes who's being graded a little bit differently. Okay, any questions on those 2? All right, traditional grade calculations. All right, this is the heart of your grade book, right? Once I enter all these assignments, how is that final grade going to be calculated? Again, your administrative staff have come in here and probably predefined this for you, okay? And typically this is something that you're going to see, and I'm talking to my traditional people here out there. You're going to see for my blue speech group, they get grades all 9 weeks. So quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4. They're only doing an exam at the end of the first semester. They're getting semester 1 and semester 2 grades, and they're getting a final grade. And my quarters are all going to be calculated by total points. Again, this has been predefined. I can see, however, that I am allowed to edit the calculation for my first 9 weeks. So if I'm a true total points person, you're never ever going to have to come to this screen 9 times out of 10, unless you just really want to come here and see how things are set up. But typically, I will say that most people do the quarters as total points, the semesters and the final as a term weighting. And if you live by that, you're done. There's no setup here. If you, however, are somebody that wants to do category weighting, this is where you would have to go, right? So I would say, all right, my quarter 2 grades, I'm going to do category weighting. The edit pencil is typically, I want to change something. So I'm going to come in here and I would click on that pencil and I'm going to say, I am not doing total points. I'm doing category weighting. And I'm going to say my tests are worth 50% of my calculated final grade for quarter 2. Okay, that's obviously not enough. So I'm going to also say my homework is 25%. And maybe I've got a special project and that's the other 25%. Okay. I'm going to still calculate the final grade. If you choose and you like to live with, I'm going to drop low scores, I can do that as well. Again, I don't see that used very often, but that is an option that you have available. Now I have changed, once I click save, I have changed my total points calculation for quarter 2 to be category weighting, right? Semester grades, final grades are typically locked by your building staff, all right? I can see what they are set as, but I cannot change them. So I can see my semester 1 is based on a 40-40-20 calculation. 40% from quarter 1, 40% from quarter 2, and 20% from my exam. Again, it's been set. I can't change it. My final grade, it's 50 semester 1, 50 semester 2. Again, can't change it. So typically you're going to see something that looks like this. It's going to let you modify your quarters, maybe your exam, but your big guys, the big guns, those are usually set and fixed. All right. So if I don't want any of these and I want to revert to default, I can. I can come in here and say revert to default. And it's going to do that for me now. If I'm making all these changes and I actually get confused and I don't like it and I'm going to go, oh heck, I'm just going to set it back. They do give you the revert to default. Now, what if you're somebody that I like category weighting and I want to do it in all my speech classes and I want to do it to all my 9 weeks? You're going, ugh, do I have to do that one at a time? No, you don't. Okay. You can go up to the gear. This is one of those places where the gear is helpful for you. I can say I want to copy my traditional grade calculations. So the first thing I want to do is I want to copy within a class because I only did it to quarter 2 and I've still got 1, 3, and 4 here to deal with. So I'm going to say I want to copy within. The class that I'm using is my blue group, and I'm using my quarter 2 as my example, and I'm going to copy it to quarter 1 and 3. I'm going to leave 4 alone just because I've got some test data there. Okay. I'm going to say validate it. So I'm saying what class, what term, and where am I copying it to when I stay within this class? I'm going to validate it. It's going to say yes. it will work, but I can't copy your standards weights. And I'm like, that's okay. I'm not doing standards. And I can say copy. And now I have category weighting on 1 and 3. Okay, yay, yay, I'm happy with that. But now I've got these other speech classes. I'm going to come up again and say copy, but this time I'm copying to another class. And I'm still doing the semester. I'm going to do the whole year because that's going to get all of my lower categories. And I'm going to use it, my blue group, and I'm going to copy it to the full year here to just my speech classes. We're just going to do my period 2 speech. Okay, I did this so it will get everything here. I can't just say copy the quarters. It's really not going to change these other things. I'm going at my highest level, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's going to validate, and I'm going to see, oh, it's going to copy quarter 1, 2, exam, quarter 3, and quarter 4. When I click copy, now my period 2 looks just like my period 1. So again, this is where I would go if I don't like what my district has set as a default, and if my district has allowed me to edit these formulas. Again, typically I only see people come here if they're really wanting to do category weights instead of total points. Questions on your traditional calculations? Now I'm going to revert this back. All right, my standards people. Again, you have defaults set for you. Whether you can edit them or not depends on whether you've been given that permission. All right, this is talking all about how your standards are going to be calculated. So when I'm calculating a final standards grade, how is that going to happen? This is what I see in most of the setups, but it's not necessarily all of them. The default for the majority seem to be, I want to take the most recent 3. Okay, so I have a standard that says can write complete sentences. And I've assessed that 5 times in my grading period. When I look at those 5 standard scores, how do I want the final grade to be calculated? With this setting, it's using the most recent 3. Okay. I can also do it based on the mean, the mode, the median, the highest. Again, is my philosophy, once a student has met a standard, they're done. Is it they have to meet it 3 times and they're done? But this is how you're going to adjust your standards calculations. Again, you may not be able to edit this. This is all based on your building setup. So your first 2 settings have to do with when I assess that 5 times, 6 times, how do I want a final grade to be calculated? Now, again, if you are a standards person where you don't do anything throughout the 9 weeks, and at the end of the 9 weeks, you go and you say, I'm going to give Johnny his standards grade and Linda hers and Mike his, then this is really not applicable to you. But again, if you want to use the power of the grade book and associate these with assignments and enter multiples out there, then this is a good way to do it. Now, my higher level standards, first of all, you'd probably want to auto-calculate these. And then again, I have options on how I want to auto-calculate these. Now, what does that mean? That means, I want students and standards, okay? That means when I am looking at my standards, Okay, here's my standards for my speech. All right, it's called speaking and listening. And here are all my standards: demonstrates command, use academic, my senior language arts. And underneath senior language arts, I have reads variety of materials, reads for purposes, listens for purposes. I have grades in all of these. All right, but they're all associated, or they're subgrouped under senior language arts. So if I graded this guy and this guy and this guy, do I want to take all of these grades and calculate this higher grade? Okay, that's the auto calculate up. So these scores under reads a variety are what are getting assessed through your score sheets, through your assignments. That goes back to, if I scored this 5 times, then this is the E that got calculated. But do I also want my grade book to take all of these lower level standards and calculate the higher one? Hopefully I didn't lose anybody there. If I did, please yell, speak up, chat, whatever. Usually we will see this set to auto-calculate those higher levels from the lowers, and usually it's the mean. But again, this is your gradebook, your prerogative. And that's something else I don't think I mentioned at the beginning about the gradebook. It is your gradebook. PowerSchool took very deliberate means to let you and only you be the one to update it. Okay, that's not to say someone in the administrative team cannot look at it. They can go in and they can check things. They can try to help you troubleshoot. They can blue till, hours on end, but they will never, ever be able to make any updates in your gradebook. The only way that would be possible is if you chose to share your user ID and log in with them. Okay, so this is your grade book, and they have made some decisions on what you can edit or not edit. But as far as how you set these things up, it's all about you. So any questions? If you've gone through all of these steps, what we just did before lunch and right now, at this point in time, your grade book is set up. You're ready to go. You're ready to start creating assignments, and that's what we're going to look at next. Are we good? Any questions? Okay.
Questions in the chat.
All right. Thanks, Sally. All right. We said the plus is all about creating. He's our friend. To make an assignment, I want to hit my plus, and then I want to select assignment. And I'm going to get rid of those changes. All right. All right. Again, the pop-up box with the multiple tabs, and we're going to look at all of those. So right now, because I have selected, I'm in my blue group speech class, it automatically defaults to that. If this is something I'm going to apply to all my speech classes, then I would come in and say all of them. Okay. Assignment name is required. If you see fields in PowerTeacher Pro that have asterisks, those are required fields. It's not going to let you save your information until you do that. All right. So we are going to call this final chapter test. All right. As I said earlier, I have to associate it with a category. These are based on what you built earlier or what the district built for you. So I'm going to call that as a test. And notice it filled it in as points with a default value of 50. All right. When is this test going to be due? I can pick my date using a calendar. I can't go forward because of my, again, this is our last day of training database. We have some new train data available. So I really can't go forward, but I could say this was due on the 19th. All right. However, because I picked multiple classes, I can also go in and do it by class. If for some reason my fourth period speech is a little bit ahead or a little bit behind, I could go in there and adjust that date, and they're going to get an extra day because they really kind of had a bunch of snow days and they're just a little bit further behind. All right. My defaults were set based on the category, but I can certainly change it. This one is a higher stakes test, and I want it to be 100 points. Right? It is going to count in the traditional grade. And I am going to put a description here because this description is now going to show up in the portals. So parents and students can see it out here. Final test for the year. Okay. I can make it pretty, I can color it, I can do all of that, but I have that ability. All right. I could save and close at this point in time. We'll talk about the difference, but I want to keep working this. All right. Next are my students. All right. By default, everybody in all these classes are going to get this assignment posted to them. Why would I not want to do this? Maybe it's a makeup test. All right. Maybe it's a makeup test and I have 5 kids that need to take it. No reason to assign it to all 80 kids that I have or however many it is. I only want to assign this to some. So I'm going to say show all. And now I can pick who gets this test. Again, by default, it's everybody, but maybe I don't want it to be everybody. And I want these kids to be the only ones taking the final test. I also have the ability to filter here. Okay, I can say of all my kids, what do I want? I can look for Smiths and I can say, here's all my Smiths. I don't know why I just test them, but whatever. Just as an example of some reasons that you might want to come in here and use the filter. All right, I can clear my filter. I can go back to show all, and maybe I do want this to everybody. Okay, I think that's pretty nice. For my standards people, you're going to look at your standards tab. So if you recall, I said you can create an assignment and you can associate a standard to that assignment. This is how I would do it. All right. First of all, I'm saying, yes, I do want to auto calculate because I made that setting in my settings. This is the default value. I can say show all. I don't have too many on this class. I can show selected once I do it, but I'm going to say this final test is really evaluating this standard. And I am going to count that in grade. So this is whether or not I want to count it in that standard's final grade. But I can pick all of them. I can pick some of them. Again, if I have a super long list of standards, maybe I want to filter on everything that's associated to speech, or maybe it's got math in it somehow or whatever. But this is how I can associate that standard. Finally, again, I picked up the category defaults, but I could certainly change them here. I could say, I want this to be published on a specific date. Or I could say, I want it to be published immediately. Okay, so I've got the shell of my assignment created. I now have 2 options. I can save and I can save and close. All right. If I say save and close, it's going to do exactly that. It is going to give me a chance to score it. This little pop-up will stay here for a few minutes, or I can just ignore it and it will go away. But once I come in to score it, now here's all my kids. Still just, even though I created it for all my classes, I'm only seeing it for this class because that's all I selected. And I can see, here's that standard I associated to it. Okay, when I score this, I am going to say, I have multiple ways to do it. Everybody did great and they all got, a 100, except, except Ryan, he got a 40, and Carrie got a 75, and Brandon got an 82. I can make all those exceptions, but notice as I'm entering that, it's automatically calculating that standards grade based on a standards grade scale. Okay, so as I go through that, it's updating that for me as well. So again, it's doing some of the calculations for me. I don't have to think about it. It put all of these boxes in brown. That lets you know they were changed. So if you've got a really busy spreadsheet and you're on that little tiny font and you get distracted because somebody pulls you away and you can't remember what you've updated and what you haven't, these little brown boxes are going to show it. All right. So I can say, do that. And then I can say, everybody else did great. They got 100. I could also hit these buttons over here as I'm entering information. And again, this is really nice if you're doing this on an iPad or something. That's why PowerSchool did it. If I want to touch these instead of using a different kind of keypad. But now I have fill down. And fill down will fill everything that's non-blank. So I have everything now. It said it's done. If I want to hit the whoops button, I can undo it. Maybe I'm going to come back later. These kids just, were different. And I'm going to update my others later. I also have, when I'm entering scores, I have some flags. I can say, well, Christopher was absent. Ariana was late. And I can fill down again. I'm going to say okay, and I'm going to say save. Okay. Yep, it filled down my flags as well. All right, if I go back to my assignment list now, and I called that the final chapter test, and I come back to edit it. So we talked about save, save, and close. Maybe I want to edit this, and I want to change the due date on this as well. Save is going to let me save it. Okay, it's going to pop the score assignment up there. And notice I now have a duplicate. So I'm going to show you a better example of duplicate. So we're going to just go with this, and we're going to say this is spelling 1. And it's going to be a quiz. And I'm just defaulting everything. All right. If I say save, I could score it. I could hit my whoops button, or I can say duplicate. Duplicate is going to take everything that you have about that assignment and truly duplicate it. And what it will do is it appends _1 to it. If I duplicate it again, it'll append _2 to it. So maybe this is my second spelling test, and all I need to do is change the date from the 13th to the 15th. And I can save, and I can duplicate again. So for people that have weekly things, something is due every week, my journal entries are due every week, or I am having a spelling test every week. This is a real easy way to adjust these and come in here because it's all the same values. All you're really doing is changing the name and the date. So that's what duplicate will do. Again, when I'm done, save and close. So there's my spelling 1, my spelling 2, and my spelling 3. It really is pretty simple to make an assignment. Okay. Questions on how to do that or any of the options that you have out there? All right, so you guys can just make assignments to your heart's content. And now I want to talk about how you're going to manage them, how you're going to manage those assignments, how you're going to score them. All right. My assignment list, again, that was my default screen. Different ways of seeing things. For quarter 4, these are all of my assignments. This is one of the heading bars that will let you tweak it, sort it. So if I want to see all of my categories together, I can. If I want to see it by due date, ascending or descending. All right. I can see on this screen my category. I can see the name. I can see whether that assignment has been scored or not. You write down here, only 4 of my grades have been entered. I have a whole bunch of zeros, so maybe I want to sort this so I know what is outstanding before the end of the term, when they're due, and how they're being scored. If I would want to edit my assignment, again, I would click on that edit pencil, and now I'm in here. Maybe I want to add some standards. Maybe I want to adjust some kids. Maybe I didn't have a very good note. So I can come in here and do any of those. However, to enter them, it's kind of just like what I did. So we'll go to spelling 3. Here's Brandon. I come in here. This is called the score inspector. All right. Again, I can hit these buttons over here. My max entry is 50. If I tried to enter 75, it would tell me that that's not allowed. That score is invalid, so I want to discard that change. I have my flags: missing, collected, late, incomplete, exempt, or absent. All right. PowerSchool, if you mark something missing, if you mark something late, it isn't automatically going to default to giving them a 0. We get that question a lot. Well, because I didn't turn this in, it's a 0. PowerSchool won't default that because every teacher is different. Some people just want to keep it missing and not count it against them. However, if you do want to count it against them because it was missing or late, then you must manually enter in the 0. Okay. I can fill down, I can fill across. This isn't really a screen where I would do a fill across, but we'll show you some later. I can come up and down this way on my kids. I can enter, I can arrow. Again, it's what's comfortable to you. All right. If I had Christopher as missing, I could throw a comment out there and I could say missing because he is in hospital. Okay. Again, comments, kind of like what Sarah showed on the portal with the attendance comments, you're going to get this little blue dialog box. And that way you know that there is a comment attached. Okay. This is my comment bank. If I wanted to do comments, okay, I can click on that. I get a much bigger screen and I can say, show my comment bank. And now I can pick, do I want my comments or the district comments? And if I have multiple comments, do I want to separate them by a line break or a space? Okay, notice my favorites came up here to the top. All right, this is going to take me to this score sheet, and I'm going to show you that a different way. All right, I'm done with my score inspector. Notice I have this little bar up here. This is another place I can edit my assignment. So let's go ahead and save this. I can get to my assignment from here. I also have show more. And I told you there are a lot of places to see the grade scales. I can look at this assignment and I can tell it's using the default grade scale. And this is the same screen that we saw when we went to grade scales under your settings. Okay. Special codes. These will vary, again, depending on what your building is defined. In this case, my default scale also lets me put a grade code of cheated, of CH or NHI for not handed in. Typically, this is where you might see an INC for incomplete or an ABS for absent. Doesn't mean you can't use the flag as well, but you have a grade scale and you have a special code scale. If I don't want this big box, I say show less. All right. My gear on my assignment screen is going to let me hide that summary. It's going to let me hide my metrics. Notice as I've entered these, I have only got one score, but it's now showing the mean, the median, and the mode for this particular assignment. Okay. I also have the ability to export and import scores. Again, I will tell you, I don't know anybody that's done it. The scenario that was always, recommended to us is, maybe somebody's going to have somebody help and they don't want to give them that grade book. And so they're going to export the scores, give those files to somebody. You've got an assistant, you've got a co-teacher, which doesn't make sense because a co-teacher could be in your grade book. But for whatever reason, you want to export out this file, have somebody take that spreadsheet file, enter the grades, and then you can import them back in. Again, it is a feature out there. I really don't know how many people use it. Also, on a lot of your screens, you're going to see up here in the left, you're going to see the assignment you're on, or the student you're on, or the class that you're on, and you're going to see drop-down arrows here. So you don't always have to go back to that main screen to do your next selection. I could come here and look at my chapter 15 homework, and I could go directly to it. Okay. For people that are going to use standards and you are going to associate them to an assignment, we really recommend entering your scores and using the assignment list, because now I can see my test or my homework score, and I can see all the standards grades that got calculated. Again, you always have the ability to override. All right. Notice this scale is different. In my test database, my standards grades are exceeds, meets, at or below, and below. Approaching and below. Okay. So maybe I know what this standard is, and I really, I know it calculated out to be a exceeds, but it really is an M. I can change that. I can evaluate it. All right. Notice Emily here has a little orange triangle. She's our kiddo that's on a different grade scale of pass fail. You're still grading her with whatever the points, the letter grade, whatever you set that assignment up. But when we look at her final grade, it's not going to be an A to F, it'll be a pass fail. Okay. If I say show more here because I have standards attached, I'm now going to see what those standards look like. And I can see the standards grade scale as well. So if I'm exceed standards, it's 90 and above. If I'm meeting, it's 75 to 90. And show less. Okay. Questions about one way to enter assignment scores and edit your assignments and this whole assignment list screen? Okay. The more popular way, I think, is going to the score sheet. Okay. Now I'm seeing for my blue group, all my kids, the final grade that's being calculated. There's Emily. She's not even just a pass fail. Her grade scale is pluses and minuses. Notice she's different. And then all of the assignments and what the scores are. Okay. I can come in here and score it exactly the same way. Now notice, like I said, if this had had standards attached to it, I wouldn't see those standards here. That's why I say if you do a lot of standards, I would suggest the assignment list until you get comfortable. But then I can come in here and I can say, you know, 80s for everybody, except now this was a 75 and this was a 100. So I can come in. Notice it turned this line with brown boxes because I made changes. It also updated the final course grade as well, because obviously once I save these changes, this is going to change. Okay, again, nice if I get distracted. The fill across, this is an example where maybe I want the fill across. Yeah, maybe Ariana is a new student. I want to exempt her from a lot of these grades until she shows up, has been here for a while, or maybe I want to, give her just 50, or 100, whatever. She came to me from another section, or she came to me from another teacher. This would be an example of where fill across would be. Fill up and down, fill across, it won't overlay something that's already there. It will only fill in your blank spaces. Okay. All right. Again, edit assignment. I can do it from here. All right. I said do all of this. Remember, I said I have no way of knowing without looking at that assignment if there were standards associated to it. Well, there are. So it knows that, and it says there are standard scores. Do you want to keep them or adjust them? Yeah, I want to go ahead and adjust them, but I could have kept them as well. Okay. I can go back to edit assignment and do that if I want. My show more is pretty much going to do the same thing here. Here I can see, let's look down here at Anthony. I can see he's sitting at a C because it's 70%. And because he's got 359 out of 510 possible points. All right, let's take, let me find somebody that's close here. Let's take Brock. All right, and he's at a 79%, which is a C plus. But he's really come on strong. And we know he's got some other things going on in his life. We know he really gets it. He doesn't necessarily test well. I'm going to change that C plus to a B minus. This is your professional judgment. All right, I can do that. And I can say this is now a B minus. I also probably want to change that percentage too. Okay, and I'm going to save that. Now, like Emily has an orange triangle, Brock now has a black triangle. That means you have overridden this calculated grade. All right. You can see that it calculated to a C plus 79, but you've overridden that. This is the final grade that will get reported as a historical grade and that will end up on the report card. Okay. It also means that no matter what you do, if I come down here to Brock and I'd say, oh, I forgot to enter these things. Oh, that must be a max entry 50. Okay. And this is a 75. No matter what I do, it's not going to change that. The grade book will always honor your final decision. Okay. We will get calls from district leaders or from people all the time that say, this is just not changing. We've entered all the assignments, we've looked at them, nothing's happening. Well, this is your clue. It's that. Now, how do I get rid of that without trying to figure out what it is? Notice I have this little circle, backwards error looking guy. that is revert. When I click this, it's going to revert back to the calculated grade. And now, as I continue to enter assignment scores, it will adjust appropriately, except that is a max entry. Max entry is something, again, notice it says on this assignment, the max entry is 50. There is the ability to say no assignment will ever be scored below 50. That is a setting that has to be made by your administrative team, but they can do that and say nothing can be scored less than a 50. Now that doesn't mean a final grade can't calculate out to be less than a 50. And it took Sarah and I a while to kind of prove that, because we had somebody saying, no, it doesn't fix the problem. It just means that a score can't be less than 50, but depending on the weights and the other stuff, a final grade still could be calculated out. Okay. Underneath the assignments, again, I can go to it here. I can edit it here. I can copy and paste values. You know, this chapter, this setup testing, I like the scores here. That's pretty much the way the spelling test was. Now I've copied and pasted. I picked one that wasn't a good copy. We'll copy and we'll paste to here. I've got some manual settings. Hopefully you get the idea. I apologize for not working that through. What's with pasting?
Linda, see if it'll let you copy into that first column.
There it did. I copied chapter 2 to pasting. I think some of them had max entries of 50 on them, Sarah, and I was picking the wrong ones.
Okay.
So yes, I went here, I said copy, and I went to this one and I said paste. Again, I don't know how often you do that, but it is an option out there. All right. And because I pasted, they're all brown. It didn't overlay what was there. And it updated all of these to be brown because I made some changes. Okay. One new thing that PowerSchool just added is an option called bulk comments. Notice when I clicked on these down arrows, it said bulk comment. Okay. Yeah, let's save and continue. Hopefully that doesn't mess up my other data. All right. For my spelling 1 class that I was in, and I selected bulk comment, it comes up and it gives me all of my kids. You know, maybe I only want the kids that have a really low score, a score less than 70, to get this particular comment. All right, I don't have anybody. I'm going to go do it based on final grades. I went to a class that didn't have scores. We're going to go here and bulk comment. All right, I want anybody with a score, let's do greater than 80. Only one, Ariana. I want her to have a comment of fantastic, not fantastic. And save it. Notice I didn't do save and close because that would have closed it, because I have a couple other comments I want to put out here. So now I want to score less than 80. I have Ryan Briggs at 75. He's going to get a different comment. So I can keep working and working my way through here. When I do these bulk comments, I can use my comment bank. If I come up here to the gear, that will hide the filter. If I go to the comment, I can say show comment bank, so I can do that. And I can say I want this comment from my bank and this comment from my bank. And I didn't have my students selected. See how good it is at keeping you straight and narrow? Okay. I can type in the comment as I did, and I can type in smart text. So let's say I want the bulk comment to be here. I'm just going to randomly pick the first 5 kids. All right. Their comment is going to be, I want it to say their name and then the he, she. In this case, I have to know what that smart text is. So I would say first name is fun to have in class. Okay, it's now applied. And if I come here, I can see over here, Christopher is fun. Anthony is fun. Ryan is fun. It will also use those smart texts from your comment bank if you did it. So you do need to know them. What I would suggest is if you all can go to the comment bank and make a little cheat sheet if you plan to use bulk comments a lot. Okay. I'm going to show you another way to do comments on another screen, which is going to be similar, but a little bit different. All right. This gear has a lot of things. Again, I could hide that filter. I could hide the summary bar. I can show my metrics. Now I see it for my final grade, as well as my assignment scores. I can show my assignments from least recent. Okay, so depending on how you like to work, this was the beginning of Q4, so my May assignments are here, closest to the kid's name. Or I can say most recent and show the most recent from the kid's name. Hide my filter, show my filter. Okay. Show the summary. So a lot of different views you can have on this. Any questions? Let me get my filter back. All right. One of the things about your filter here on this score sheet, I can also filter by my due date range. So maybe I only want to work with assignments that are due this week, and it's going to knock that down for you, or last week and this week. Okay, it gets a little bit bigger. This is really nice. The one thing I have found that it doesn't do is it resets those. You have to fix them every time you come in. It doesn't save them. I could come in here and I could look for due dates. I could look for everything that's a category of a test. And it will keep building on this. So it's not just only tests, it's tests that were this week and last week. Okay, really, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I'm going to clear my filter. I can see my comments. I can see my flags. Again, I can see Emily's final grade is a plus. She's my one that's on a different grade scale. Any questions about this? Okay. One other thing I can do here, 2 other things. Well, I'll talk about recalculate later. Notice I have this thing down here at the bottom that says preview grades. So I'm having a talk with my kids. It's close to the end of the term. And Johnny comes in and talks to me. And he says he's a little bit screwed up now because I've adjusted data. But he says, how do I go from this D minus? What do I have to do for the rest of my assignments to get out of a D minus and move myself up? Or Carrie comes in, how do I get from a D plus? All right. I can come over here and say, well, Carrie, if you got a 50 here and you got a 50 here, and then I say preview grades, it's going to say that would take you to a C minus. So you've got to at least get 50 on these tests. It does allow you to play with some what if scenarios It's not going to change those grades, but I can come in here and I can play some what if formulas with my kids, or, just so I can talk to them, and do as many of these as I want. And you can say, well, this one's also 50, but if you only get a 40, you're still okay here, but you don't want to go down. You don't want anything below a 30. Again, that's what preview grades does. Okay. So you're making assignments, you're scoring them either through the assignment list or the score sheet. You're just doing that all throughout your grading period. Now it's the end of the grading period, and we talk about submitting final grades, or how do I do final grades, all right? Really, you don't have to do anything. This is your final grade. What you're seeing in this column is what's going to be that historical grade. It doesn't mean you're not going to want to come in and do one final glance, make sure that you like everything. You can certainly do it from this screen. The screen we like to recommend is if you go to grading and you go to comment verification. And I'll discard those. All right, now I'm in quarter 4. I'm seeing only my final grades, and I have a great big area to do comments. Again, depending on, I don't want to say rules, guidance that you receive from your building staff. A lot of people require a comment at the end of each 9 weeks. This is a nice place to come and do that. It's a little bit easier. The screen's not as busy. I can come in here and I can look at these and think about the comment. I can come in here again and make my change. I want to take old Carrie, and I'm giving her that C-. Okay, I'm going to give her a C-. All right, now that's set. So I'm very happy with everything. I'm ready to do my comments. I come over here and I click. Again, I can type in this little box. Same screen you saw before, right? I can come up here and get my big box. I can use my comment bank if I want. Or maybe I don't want to use my bank. I just want to type something in. This is where this comment screen is a little bit different than the bulk comments. If I type in the student's first name, Brandon, I can't type in Bran, or down here, I can't type in Chris. It has to be an exact match. I can say Brandon made huge improvements. Okay. And I like that comment. And really, quite frankly, most of my kids this term made huge improvements. I want to go back and I want to copy that down to everybody. And then I'm going to do my exceptions. When I say fill that comment, it's going to say, which do you want, grades, flags, and comments, or comments only? We want comments only. This screen is smart enough to know that you did smart text by typing in Brandon's name. In fact, it even gives you a little message that says, hey, this might contain student names or pronouns. Do you want to use smart text, or do you not want to make a change? So we want to say use it. And now I see everybody's name. If I had also put he did great, then it would have been Christopher, he did great. When it got down to Emily, it would be she did great. The bulk comment can also be utilized here. It works exactly the same way. We're going to unsave these. Discard. Okay. Okay. I can do my bulk comments the same way. So maybe this is a place where my filter is a little bit more. I can say grade of D, they're going to get one comment. So I can select them all. I can come over here. Now I cannot type their name and make it be smart text, but I can type in the he, she. Where's my other alligator? Is at risk. Okay, and I can save. Notice everybody with the D got that note. And then I could come in. I tried to play with this to say, well, could I do that to D's and F's? It won't let me do that. I have to do them one at a time. So anybody with an F, I can now come in here and make comments. So you've got multiple ways of doing your comments here. Okay. When I have all my comments entered, and I fill them. Okay. I have my save button and I do want to save it. All right. I also have another button here called final grade status. Okay. Again, when you submit or you check this, it's not that you are locking your grade book or anything like that. You are saying, I'm done with my grades for this class for quarter 4. I would come in and I would check it. I can add a comment if I want. Maybe it's not done. And I want to come in here and say, please, please, please give me another day. You know, my daughter had an appendicitis attack last night and I'm running behind. This comment is visible to your administrative team. They can see it. They can kind of see where things are at because they need to monitor this, right, before they know it's time to store the grades. So typically you're going to come in here and you're going to say, I'm done. And that's all you have to do. You can do that on this screen. You can do that on several different screens. If I come to traditional, I've got it here. And notice it's checked. So I know that I've submitted that. Once I've done it, I've got that nice little check marks that lets me know I'm done. I have submitted my grades, basically. That's the end of the term. That's really about all there is to do there.
So Linda, can I add for our administrators who are on the call?
Sure, absolutely.
Teachers do not have to finalize. I know that's an old term that used to be used in the grade book or different packages where they had to finalize their grades. They don't have to. It's in their grade book. When you store your grades or whatever, it's going to get picked up. All this final grade status does is put on your report that you look at that they're completed or not completed. I know people really stress out over this at the end of the term. So if this teacher didn't check that box, her grades would still get stored. They just would not show on a report as completed.
Very good point. Yeah, we just kind of encourage it because, again, that's a nice place to review your final grades. It's a nice place to enter final comments, and then you're done.
Yeah, we want you to do it. Just don't think that.
Yes.
Because if an administrator comes in here and looks at this, they cannot check that box. Only the teacher can check that box.
Right. Right. Back to that. It's your grade book. Nobody's updating it. Okay. Any questions about that? Grading assignments, entering grades, entering comments, saying you're done with your grades. Pretty comfortable? Okay. So let's say you are someone that you are semesters, you're not really full year classes. And you've got, semester 1 of health and you've got semester 2 health classes or whatever. And you want to copy assignments. So you've done all this great work setting up your semester 1 assignments. You want to copy those the semester too, or once you're out there for a while, you want to copy them from a previous year even. Yeah, last year was the best grade book I've ever had, and I want to copy those assignments. You do have that ability to do that. I can do that from one of two places. I can do it from my assignment list or my score sheet. Okay. This is going to be a function in the gear. When I come up to the gear, I will have an option that says copy assignments. Okay, that's different than the duplicate. That's different than the create. That's different from all the other. This is going to move assignments around, copy them. So the first thing I'm going to do under that scenario, let's say I'm a semester one, I'm going to say I want all of my semester one assignments, and I'm going to use, let's find a semester one class here, my family consumer science, then my from, and I'm going to copy them to semester two. And I don't have to do this one class at a time. I can do it to all my semester twos. In this case, I only have one, but we'll go ahead and we'll do it to a full year class as well. Okay. When I make these copies, what do I want to do about the assignment dates? Okay. I have three options here. I can say existing. Well, I probably wouldn't want to copy an October date to a class that's running in March, but maybe if I'm doing this from, quarter one to quarter two or something like that, I might want to use existing or from one class to another. I can say custom, and that lets me build a date, or the default is going to be relational. And what relational is going to do is it's going to look at those dates and it's going to say, oh, all right, this first quiz was given on September 5th. That is the third day of the 9 weeks, or it's the 10th day of the 9 weeks, of the first 9 weeks. So therefore, I am going to look at the 10th day of the third quarter, and I'm going to pick a date that would fall within that range. Now, that's nice, but it's not smart enough to know, oh, that was, President's Day holiday, or it's a Saturday, or it's a not in session. So you are still going to have to review them, but it is going to put you in the ballpark. So relational, in my opinion, is really the way to go on that. All right, now I'm going to come in. Again, I've got that filter. I can say, oh, maybe I only want to copy tests, or only want to show the ones that can be copied. Or I'm going to come down here and I can sort. Again, maybe I just want my homeworks copied. I can say, or all of them, and I'll clean them up later. I don't want to pick them now. I want to clean them up later. Once I do that, I've got them all selected. And it's just a matter of copy assignments. And now I have taken everything that I built for semester one, copied it to semester two. Or like I said, once you have been in your gradebook for a while, maybe you're going to copy, next year, this time you're going to copy your 24-25 assignments to 25-26. So that's a really powerful feature there as well. Once I said, again, you get everything's kind of set up, you're good to go. Questions on that? All righty. I've talked a couple times about recalculating grades. Let me find, get a score sheet. All right. Why would you ever need to recalculate grades? And you will see it on different screens. You'll see it here. You'll see it on quite a few other options in this icon. All right. You may have somebody from your administrative team come to you and say, look, you've got to recalculate your grade book. And if you do that, this is how you would do it. You would go to one of these screens and click recalculate, pick the classes that need to be recalculated, and then you would do recalculate. Advanced options would be if you also want to recalculate your assignment scores. Again, mostly you wouldn't do that. Let's say grade scale's wrong. Somebody made a new honors grade scale and they realized the cutoff was wrong and kids are getting D's instead of C's. Okay. You can't control that grade scale. You can't control those settings. You're just entering scores. And the grade book is doing the calculation based on that. Somebody realizes it's wrong. They adjust the grade scale. They need to come out to you and say, please recalculate your grade book. And what that's going to do then is go out and look at all those new values on that grade scale and update your final course grade as it should be. That's the most typical example. There can be other reasons. We're not going to lie to you guys. Every once in a while, this will hiccup and you will go, why in the world is this grade not calculating correctly? Usually the first thing, you're looking at it and you're just going, this just doesn't add up. Honestly, the first thing you would want to try to do to fix a scenario like that is recalculate final grades. It's just going to make your life a little bit easier. If that still doesn't fix it, then again, at that time, you want to reach out to one of your administrative team members and say, this grade book is acting weird, and we'll end up taking a look at it and see what goes from there. It's something some of you will never, ever have to do, right by now, unless you're a brand new district. Those grade scales are all pretty good. But occasionally it does happen. So that's what your recalculate is going to do for you. Okay. All right. Do we want to take a break? I know we're good till 3. Do we want to take a break or keep going? I'll leave that up to you guys. Sure, 10 minutes. Yep, that sounds good. Let's do 10. So back at 2:12. Chat. Okay. One more thing about managing grades. Okay, you are going to get students that are transferred into one of your classes. Either they've gone from a period 4 to a period 1, or they've gone from Mrs. Smith to you. And there's always the question, how do I handle their grades? What do I want to do? How is the grade book going to help me? So we're going to talk about kids that are transferring because that's still really part of managing your grades. To handle a scenario like that, because you're not really talking about a class, you're talking about a kid that transferred in, you're going to go to your students icon. All right, this is your first look at your students list. So if you remember, it seems a long time ago before lunch, this is where we said we want last name first, we want them alphabetical. I chose to put my new kids at the bottom. So I can see Derek is going to be new as of 7/29. Obviously, these people were also new because here's my V's up here and they've come in through the course of the year. All right. Bob is a new kid. I know he came to me from a different class, from a different teacher altogether. So if I click on Bob, all right, there's that top line, and you can see I got a lot of options. It went to one of the last student screens I was on. But if I come up here to Bob, I have an option now that says transfer scores. All right. It's going to say, what can I transfer? All right. Well, I'm in the current term. If I've got previous terms, I could go there, but he just now came to me. So I want to transfer. He went from 2A English class to my speech class. He needed to change it for whatever reason. All right. He had a B in his English class based on 85%. And I've entered a couple grades because he's been in my list. So right now he's sitting in an 80%. But I can see these are all of the assignments he had in his English 1 class. Now, maybe this is all I want to do. I want to come here. I want to look at Bob's scores. I want to kind of know, yeah, he's 85. Maybe I'm just going to take that 85 and enter it as a transfer grade. I could make an assignment, call it Bob's transfer grade, assign that assignment to just Bob and enter the 85%. So he's getting credit for it. Or I could come down here and try to map. Well, I know this chapter 1, 2, and 3 on To Kill a Mockingbird are probably equivalent to, you know, my assignments of a chapter 15 project. I can manually map. I can see, you know, what the score was or whatever. I can do all of this. I'm going to say this was also my chapter 15 project. Or maybe the final chapter test, but I can map whatever I want. I can map them all, not at all, some. Again, maybe I don't want to do anything, but once I have that mapped, then I can come down here and the transfer scores and the 45 points associated To Kill a Mockingbird and the 40 on this one are going to get mapped to these assignments in my grade book. Okay, so that's Bob coming from one class of a different teacher to me. Okay. Richie Anderson, he came to me from my period, my second period class, or my fourth period class to my first period class. Okay. Oh, I thought I've messed him up. All right. He came from quarter 2 to quarter 4. Let's go to quarter 2. All right, because he was already my student and because it wouldn't make sense for me to give my, you know, I gave the same assignment to both period 4 and period 1 classes, it automatically did that mapping for me. So again, now at this point, I can come in and say transfer scores, and all of his quarter 2 scores from my fourth period speech class are going to come over to my first period speech class. So you do have a nice way to transfer those grades. Or again, if you don't want to and you just want to see what he had in a previous class, you do have that ability. Okay. Any questions about that? I think that's pretty nice feature, and that's fairly new within the last couple of years. All right. Going back to our plus, we've created assignments, we've created categories. I want to talk about class email. Now, Sarah had a customization on the portal. PowerTeacher Pro also gives you a way to do email. Okay. PowerSchool's recommendation is select the people that you want and basically do what Sarah had suggested, copy these emails and then use your own school district email system. You know, the reason that you want to do that is if you send it using this message, it appears that the message comes from your school and not your name. That's one reason. It also sends plain text only, so you can't really do a lot of stuff, but it's a great place to go and decide who you need to send the email to. So on this side, I can select the students. So notice I have Brandon and I have Christopher. I also have all of Brandon's contacts under each one. And on this side, I can select my contacts. Again, I have a filter that's going to let me look for things different ways. I can look by students or contacts. I can look by, maybe I just want to send it to mothers or maybe to fathers because it's a, you know, a father breakfast, you know, as opposed to a mother. Once I do that, I can come down and I can copy emails. That's now copied to my clipboard, and I can go and paste that into whatever your district's mail system is. Again, I can come in here and do a message, and I can say carbon copy me, which is a really good idea, but you are very limited on it. And again, it doesn't necessarily say it's from you. It's just going to be a message from Apple Grove High School. But it is a nice way to find those emails that you need to send. Again, you have a gear. I can show or hide the filter. So questions on that? All right, our last plus is create an observation. Okay, I have Richie selected. He's the last kid I looked at. If I say create an observation, it's automatically going to default to him. Or I can come in here and I can change and pick whoever else I want. All right, so we're going to say he's a class disruption. The location is my room, what date, what time, and what that. Always on his phone. Okay, this is for you. Okay, it's observations that you want to keep in your grade book about your students. It's not visible to anybody else unless you would say, I want to escalate this for review to an administrator. I don't know too many people that have done that, because if you're going to do something like that, it's usually a log entry that Sarah showed you earlier, but this is possible to do. So once I do this for Richie, it's been created. Now I can come to him and I can go down to observations. Let's go back to Richie. This is where, okay, I've still got Richie, and I want to go to his observations. And now I can see everything that's out here. Okay, I can see for my whole class observations. Again, this little class icon over here is going to let me see everybody. I can see James has him out here twice. I can filter again. I can hide the filter. Notes for you. If I go to the class observations, I'm seeing them for my entire class. If I go to the student, I will only see the student. Okay. Now, there is also under your class functions and assets and textbooks. Again, I can't tell you if you're using this or not, but you do have the ability, if your schools have set it up and they have entered tech equipment, books, handbooks, whatever, and it's your responsibility to check in and out, you can do that here. I don't know how many people are being asked to do that. I can't even guess how many districts have set this up to use it. A lot of people have other systems entirely. But if you see this and you're interested in what it is, then this is the way I would do it. You would come down here and you would say check in, check out, whatever the asset tag is. I think it will even use barcode readers. So if you've got, ISBN titles on your books or whatever, you can scan those. Now, the rest of the options I'm seeing here, you may or may not see. Again, these are customizations. You should see observations, assets, and textbooks, but you may or may not see these custom class reports. Okay. I'm not really going to go through all of these because I want to get through some other things that I think are more important. Again, you may or may not have them, but again, they're nice. They're nice little reports. I can click on one, for example, a grades verification. All right. Now I've got my student name. It's similar to, the reports that Sarah showed you earlier. I can filter, I can sort, but all of these are customizations. All right. More importantly, we said this is all about classes. We really looked at these three as we've made assignments and graded assignments and things. I just want to talk about some of the other views that you may end up going to. So the traditional, again, Q4, I've got Q4 here. I can see my final grades. I can see my absences, my tardies, and whether I have any assignments that are late, incomplete, or missing. I cannot take attendance here. I can only see what you entered in the portal. And I can't go, oh, well, let me see what these late assignments are. I can only see a number. So again, a nice at the end of a term, maybe or midterm, you want to come in here and see how things look. That's what your traditional view does. For your standards view, oh, I also want to say this is one of those other screens where I could have checked final grade status. So if you don't do comments and you don't care about that screen, maybe this is where you want to come and say, yeah, based on absences, I'm going to tweak that grade. And then I'm going to say I'm done. All right. For the standards people, okay, same thing. I'm working with a class. This is my blue group speech class. Here's my kiddos. In this case, I'm doing both a traditional grade and standards. Some of you may not see a column here if you're only standards. Okay. I can see what my grades are for these standards. So if I want to know what that name is, I can hover over it and it will give me that description. So 11.L.06 is use academic and domain specific words and phrases. And I can see the information here. Now, you're also seeing these things that look like a circle with a little lightning bolt through it. When we did settings this morning, I talked about professional judgment indicator. All right. That is what this is indicating. So I'm going to go to Bryce here, and he's got a professional judgment indicator on his SLA standard. And if I click on that, it's going to give me the little score inspector because it thinks maybe I want to change it. But I've also got that same symbol here of the lightning bolt in the circle. If I click on it, I get this really nice view. So this standard was assessed 4 times. The final grade is being calculated based on the most recent 3. Remember that setting we talked about this morning. Based on the most recent 3, which I have these big green circles, on the 18th, he exceeded. On the 3rd, he met. And on the 22nd, he went down to approaching. All right. Based on the average of these 3, it says he met the standard. What the grade book is saying to you is, do you agree with this? All right. You know, he's really he was doing good, but he's kind of gone downhill. Are you comfortable with this calculated grade of M that we created for you? And I'm going to show you this grid. And it's up to you now. You can decide to change it. You go, no, I don't want to show met. I want to show approaching. I want to show something else. If I click this show more box, all I really get is a much bigger view. I do have ways to map some additional standards here. I will tell you, I am not played with that a lot, not real comfortable with it. But one of the documents that's out there goes a lot more in depth on how to graph these standards, if that helps you. Again, I can also see by this little indicator that this standard score of approaching was based on the results he got on the Chapter 5 test. That Chapter 5 test auto-calculated this standard score. So maybe it was an issue, maybe really he just needs some help with that test. Maybe there were just a few things in that particular chapter that would need to go and revisit. But that's what your professional indicator is going to do. It's a super nice feature, I think. Okay, questions about that? All right. The next thing I have is comment verification, and we looked at that. We touched on category totals. So now I can see all those categories that I set up and the assignments that went into each category. I can review my mean, median, and mode. I can make comments, I can adjust, I can do whatever I need to here. Again, one of the common things that we'll get sometimes is, the final grade doesn't look right. And we'll look, and it's because you might have set up category weighting, but then you didn't put any assignments in that category. So this is a real easy way to spot something like that. But it does let you see, gosh, I didn't even use these categories. I wonder if I need them anymore. But this will be your category weighting of how especially if you use category weighting to calculate your final grade, of how that got calculated. Your all reporting terms, whether you're high school or elementary, I think this is a really nice screen because now I can kind of see the progression. You know, I had a B minus, a C plus, a C plus, and an A, B. Well, I can see my year-end grade, you know, because again, this is always being calculated real time based on the dates of my assignments. I can kind of see where kids are at. Again, here's Emily, she's pluses because she's on a special scale. So real nice, powerful views if you're looking at grades by a class. Okay. Your next thing is going to be by student. So first off, when I come to my students, again, I'm seeing for my class. I could look at all of them at once. I just don't want to worry about where they're at. I just want to look by kids. And one of the things that we get all the time is, well, you know, Linda left 2 weeks ago and I can't get to the grades in the grade book anymore. Yes, you can. You would come up here and say, show my dropped kids. All right. I can still come in here and see where things were at. And quite honestly, if, you know, Brandy shows up again, you know, 6 weeks down the road because they moved back into town again, now she'll be enrolled and all of her information is there. Your data is not lost. The kids are just put into a dropped category. Okay. Once I have my students, we'll go ahead and just stick on Brandon. Now I'm looking at grade data by student. So here's his assignments. Here's his Q4 assignments. If I went to Y1, I would see all of his assignments for the year. So my term is controlling, as we said earlier. I can see things here. I can see here's that chapter 14 test, and it assessed 5 standards. If I want to know what those 5 standards were, I can click on it and I can see what they were. I can see scores. I can see the fact that he had comments. Again, a nice, if you're sitting with somebody, a student, as opposed to that score sheet with all of the information, you know, I only want Brandon to see Brandon's information. I can see his absence, tardy, missing, late up here, totals. And then I can talk to him about why he's getting the grade he's getting. Yeah, he's doing great or he's not. Now I can come back here and go to the next menu option. Or again, I could come up here. So multiple ways, whatever works easiest. This is the standards view. Okay, I can see all of these. Now, maybe this was an at or an at risk of whatever it is approaching. Maybe I want to look at the assignments that were attached to that and just see, you know, maybe I need to do some tweaking on those assignments or whatever. So I've got that way to do it on my standards. I also have the standard score sheet. Different than the traditional score sheet. This is standards. All right. Still have these same nice filters. But what I can see now is the assignment and the standards that were associated to the assignment and what the assignment score was and the standard score. Again, a nice way to view that. As I build that out, I can really see, well, you know, maybe I have a standard that I only assessed one time. These guys I've done twice in this quarter. Again, a better way to look at this might be to look at semester 2. And I still don't have very much there. All right. We talked about transfer scores. There is a comment log on all your kids. All right. Comment logs are going to be there depending on where they were entered. I know this is a comment associated with a final grade. Right here, I can tell that. I know these are coming from an assignment. There's those little assignment categories. I also know I have on Anthony, I thought I had a standard assignment out there for him as well. If I had a comment on a standards grade, it would also show here as well. But a nice way to view all of the comments, you know, not observations, but comments. Okay. Again, observations is by student. I know James has some. All right. My assets and textbooks, I'm not going to worry about demographics. Again, now you're seeing the demographics on him. So you can go to either here or the portal in that little student ID card and see the demographics. Yeah, this little kiddo doesn't have any contacts, but I know Brandon does. And I would see more details about all the contacts down here. Okay. This is his quick lookup. So we said earlier, I could also see that here. You know, again, you may get to the point where you're in the portal to take attendance, print a report card, and then everything else you're going to be just in your grade book. Same thing with the standards. I've got my standards view, which was the same view that Sarah showed you earlier. Okay, I can expand them all and I can see all the standards grades. In this particular case, I might be able to go back as well. Daily attendance looks just like the other. Again, this one being a customization. Not all of you guys are going to see all of this. Daily attendance, meeting attendance, historical grades, missing assignments, test scores, and contacts are all customizations from an external source. Okay. I can hop back out to the portal from here. I can also hop back out to the portal from this menu option as well. Some of you that may be using additional software like Schoology or Clever, or I'm trying to think of some of all of the others, you may see additional options here under your apps, but that's what that guy is going to do for you. Okay. Progress. This is my, hey, how's everybody doing? Again, I'm looking at my blue group speech. I've got 10 at-risk kiddos here. All right. I want to know who they are. I can click on my view all. And now I can see these guys are sitting with Fs. They're sitting with Ds. They're below the line. These guys are above the line. I can also look from term to term, even though Anthony's at a D minus, that's better than he was the third grading period. I have a green up arrow. I can manipulate the values that I'm seeing here. And I can look at semester 1 to semester 2. I've got a lot of downs. I have a couple ups. So it lets me play with this. I can start to see my trends with my grade distributions. My settings here will let me do exactly what I just did by clicking on these. I can say, do I want to include empty grades or not? And whether or not I want to show the trend. Again, I don't know why you would turn that off. Now, over here, I can see for my class, I have 41 lates, 5 missings, 5 incompletes. Again, we would go, oh, isn't it nice if I could see what those were? It's going to take me back to this same screen and I'm going to have to figure out who they are. It's nice that it pops it out, but it doesn't really give me a lot of information. I also have the information here that lets me see what grades are considered in those colors. So the A's are a dark green, my B's are a light green, my pass and my plus are also included in that dark green. So if I want to know what's being compared in these categories, I've got my info. Again, I could look at it by the whole group. I want to look at all my speech. And I got 27 down here. Who are they? You know, who do I need to reach out to? Who do I need to worry about because they're in this red box? Okay. For standards people, you have the same ability. It just looks a little different. It's going to show you by the standards. All right. So for this standard use academic and domain specific words, I've got 111 kids that are okay, they're above the line, but I've got 3 that are struggling a little bit. Again, I can click on that and see who they are. Here's my 3 kiddos. If I wanted to see my 111 good ones, they're down here. But the other nice thing is I can come over here and I can look at the standards and when they were assessed. If for some reason, maybe I've got a really big number over here, and I only assessed it once, maybe I need to have a few more assessments out there, or maybe I need to tweak the assessment if I've got a big number out here. But this way I can see which ones I really associated to those assignments. So I do have that way as a progress indicator as well. Okay, questions about those? Okay, we're doing good on time. The last thing, so you've made the assignments, you've entered the grades, you've done all of that, reports. PowerSchool doesn't have a ton of reports. Part of it is they will say to you, each screen can be printed. We did HTML and we can print each screen, and each screen is really a report. So if I wanted to print a student list or whatever, you can do that. However, there are a few that we want to focus on. Okay. The first one that we always like to show is the student roster. All right. Especially for my elementary people, this is a really nice way to create a checklist, a homeroom grid, whatever you want to do. And pretty much all of the forms are going to work this way. Again, I have my tabs, just like you should be getting used to seeing now. Whatever I want to call my form, I can. All right. Now I can pick which class, one or all of them. For the sake of time right now, we're just going to do one. Do I want this to print with the custom class name that I created? How do I want to see my kids sorted? Last name, first name, birthday. And then what columns do I want? Let's take these guys all out. I can show you how this works. Or let's go to a different class. Still the same. All right. I can pick what columns I want to have on my grid. Okay. So I've got a drop down of what student columns do I want to add. Okay. In this case, I've already got name, birthday, gender, and grade level. If they weren't here, then I would be able to pick them from the selector. So just so you can see, we'll add the home phone. All right. Contacts. Do I want to pick up contact information? I also have the ability, notice I have this blank. And I can add a blank, which I have down here, and that blank can be whatever I want it to be. So maybe I'm creating this roster because I want to track everybody's turned in their candy money, or they've turned in their permission slips, or, I'm just taking this for attendance and I'm going to have a grid that says Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's whatever you want that to be. So I could have this be Monday and I could have this be Tuesday. And it's keeping what I used the last time because it assumes I'm going to use it again. So I'm really going to get rid of the permission slip and whether it was turned in and the book fees. And maybe we'll keep this that's turned in. All right. If I want to move these around, I'm using my arrows. And let's get rid of this blank. So I want the permission slip to be moved up right after the grade. Again, you're kind of building this however it wants to work for you. Next, I can pick my kiddos. Do I want everybody? It's automatically going to default to that. If I don't want everybody, I can add or remove. So there's my check boxes. And do I want to include my dropped kids or not? So again, back to that, dropped kids aren't gone. And then I have some format options. I can do it landscape or portrait. I can do it PDF or Excel. Now, not every report is going to have all of these same options, but Most of them are going to give you landscape or portrait. The Excel piece depends on the report. I can shade my rows so it's a little bit easier to read. I can put a note at the top. I can make it bold. I can do a note at the bottom. I can include it or make it bold, and I can add a signature. So maybe this isn't a good example of a report I would do that on. Maybe I want to do a report by student and I want to send it home and it's got grades on it and I want a signature returned. So I do have that ability here. Once I have all this, I run it. Okay, it's not automatically going to come up and show this to you. But notice I got a little 3 up here over my notification. So I can come to my report queue. And now there's my first week of school form. I can see when I ran it, it's still out there. I can see more information about it. And I could even resubmit it. So maybe it's a report that I want to run every week. I don't have to build that every week. I could come in here and resubmit it. If it's really messed up, I don't want it, I can get rid of it. Otherwise, it's gone after 90 days. To see the results, I'm going to click on the blue hyperlink, and it's going to open up that nice little PDF. And there's all those columns that I created, and there's my list. Here's the note that shows at the top. Here's the information I pulled from the student, and here were those blanks where I decided what I wanted those headings to be. I did include a signature light here, but again, probably wouldn't make sense on this one. It's a nice way to do a little class roster, to track whatever you'd want. If I look at a contacts report, here's an example of one that had gotten run earlier. You know, this is really nice. Here's Brandon, and here's all of his contact information. You know, maybe this is nice. Do you want to print off some of these, save them as a PDF if you're going on a field trip or something? That way you do have some additional contact information. Some of the other reports that are nice to have is the multifunction assignment report. Again, I can pick my classes. I can decide what assignments that I want, how I want them. I only want Q4. Maybe I only want to see those assignments with a grade range of Ds and Fs. So I can go in here and look at those kids for Q4. I can pick any category. I can pick specific grades or ranges. We'll go ahead and we'll do A to C plus and see what we get here. Just to give you an idea of what they kind of look like, I can do my assignments by due date. Some of these will let you say, do you want to break by student? There's my 4th one. There's my multifunction report. This is a nice way to review your assignments. So, all right, this is my class. This was due 7/22. The category was homework. The assignment name was 1, but I can see all of my kids and how they did. I can see flags as well. There's my chapter 15 homework that I can see. So that's a nice way to do a review of your grade book. The other ones, again, score sheet report is good. The final grades report, your individual student report. Do I want the full schedule? Typically, you really wouldn't probably do that too much. How do I want to lay it out? Do I want to show percentages? Do I want assignments with no data? What terms do I want? I can have multiple terms if I want. What's my assignment date range? So we really won't spend a lot of time going through all of the reports, but this is where they are. Again, you can come in here and once you get data, take a look at them, but there are a lot of nice ones out there that you can go ahead and run. All right. Questions on the reports, the report queue, questions on anything? The last thing to talk about is if you want to do this on an iPad, if you want to do this on your phone, you can. All right. It is going to look just like this, and it has been written so that it will adjust to the size of the device that you're using. Okay. You can do standards and traditional grades. You can take your attendance. You can do everything that you want to do. All you need to know is your URL. You do not need an app in order to do this. Now, your parents and your students use an app, but you do not. You just type in the URL. Again, I'm not sure where everybody's at, but you can certainly ask someone in the district, or copy that when you log in. But all you're going to do is type that in, and you will be able to work from, like I said, from an iPad, from a phone, however that you choose. So if you're not around sitting at a desk with your computer, it really doesn't matter. You guys had a lot of information in a short amount of time. Is everybody still awake? Everybody good to go?
It is a lot of information. Linda, can I add just a couple little things?
Absolutely.
So if you go to grading and standards, I want to just mention for two things about grades, traditional grades and standards. If you've been working with that, you already know, but traditional grades and standards final grades are two different things. They're not the same thing. So if you are only standards and you've got all your standards, so for whatever the 11.s speaking and listening, whatever, you've got your speaking and listening standards and they're calculated. Those are your standards final grade, and they would show up in that highest level standard if you've got them rolling up. But that traditional column is based on assignments. They're two separate things. And the other thing is comments. Not every standard can have a comment. That's all set up when the administrators make a comment. So that little blue thing tells you where the comments are. For your report card, only the comment on the highest level standard, which in this case would be 11.SL, only that comment will show up on the report card. Your other lower level comments, we get a ticket all the time saying, hey, I put comments in and they're not showing up on my standards. Well, you didn't put it on the highest level. So that I just wanted to clarify that a little bit. And the other thing on students and drop students, Lindy did a great job telling you about drop kids and, they didn't go away. However, you do have, when you look at those kids, there are a limited number of screens you can see. You cannot see every screen. You can see a lot of screens. You can do some things, but it doesn't let you go to everything. So just those two notes that I thought of. But yeah, it's a ton of information.
It's a ton, but I will say, the grade book again is pretty intuitive. Use your plus sign, do your setup, which hopefully everyone completed this morning or early afternoon. Your plus sign is going to be to create your assignment. Your assignment list or your score sheet is going to be where you score it. And at the end of the 9 weeks, go to probably one of these and double check everything. It really can be that simple. Now that everybody's looked at it, if you recall this morning, one of the display settings we had is what do you want your start page to be? Since you've seen everything now, this might give you a better feel of what you want to have be that initial screen when you sign in every morning. Do you want it to be that assignment list? Do you want it to be the score sheet? Do you want it to be a student screen? But now that you've kind of had a chance to at least, you know, scratch the surface a little bit here, you might be able to figure out where you want that landing page to be. Do you have a question on transferring grades from one class to another? Is that only an administration feature? No, this is in the grade book. Jamie, this is in the grade book. It would be the teachers that that are transferring the grades. So as an administrator, you're transferring the kid from, period 1 to period 4. As soon as the period 4 teacher knows they've got a new student, which they would know based on, this newly enrolled kids feature, then they could go and do the transfer of the grades. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's actually administrators cannot do it.
Yeah, right. Remember, again, administrators, you can look and you can look and you can look, but you cannot do anything in these grade books. Unless, you say, I'll buy you dinner if you give me your user ID and password, and I don't know why. Why
Yeah,
you'd want to do that.
We get that question all the time. Hey, school's out, teacher's gone. Can I go in and recalculate his grade book? Nope. Not unless you have the password.
Right.
And you can't do all your teachers. Administrators like, can I do all my whole school? No.
No, absolutely
Your grade book
not.
is your grade book.
Thank you. That does clarify. I just, I've had this happen quite a few years. I'll have students move from one section to another, and I have to calculate and put in a separate grade. So I've never seen that, what you demonstrated earlier.
Oh, okay.
That's
okay.
why I was asking if that's just like our administrator side, like they can only do that, because I don't think she knows that either. I've never seen that before.
That could
It's been
be
around for what, 2 or 3 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been out there for a while, but it's just easy. Everything changes so much. If you're not current with it, these new features come and
Sure.
you just don't even know it. I mean,
Sure.
really, it's kind of like, this year again, the tasks and notifications were the biggie. That you might start seeing notifications as a teacher. And the other really big one this year was bulk comment. That was the big thing that they introduced this year. So.
Okay, thank you.
And I
Uh-huh.
think
I'll just go back to your video and rewatch.
Okay,
well,
sure.
Okay.
That if you go to our documentation, I think there's a separate how to transfer grades documentation, as well as searching the PowerSchool help. So additional places you can find information about that.
I mean, again, we could probably talk on this for another 2 or 3 hours. But I think, hopefully we've presented fundamentals, you're set up, you can create assignments, you can score assignments, right? That's half the battle. All the other bells and whistles are super nice once you're comfortable with the other. So hopefully everybody will have a good year. And really, if there's any more questions, please just throw them out. Thank you, Rochelle.
Yes, thanks, guys. We enjoyed working with you today. Your district leader is your first line of support. You often have in your buildings too a teacher leader who's the person who's been trained the most on PowerTeacher, and that's who your teachers go to. That person, if she can't answer it, goes to your district leader, and if she doesn't know the answer, you put in a ticket and we can get back to you and look at it. And I will say though that we've been doing this for 12 years. PowerSchool is really good at calculating that grade. So when people say, oh, my grade's not right, it's usually we're not looking at it right. I think that PowerSchool has a really great track record on how those grades calculate.
Okay, well, enjoy what's left of the day then, and we appreciate your time and have a great school year.
Thanks,